And we are live. We are live, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. Absolutely live here for you. How are you today? How's it going? On my side, all good, all good. I mean, I'm happy to have still few days to work on this. Then I will start working, and so timing will be a bit different. But I have another picture of the day with some people showing their weapons, their best weapons. If you didn't know, we released the new alpha recently, which is 0712. And this alpha is already in pretty good shape. I mean, not perfect, but you can play it. You can fight, you can do quests, you can cast spells, you can explore, you can chat with other people, you can manage your inventory and everything. You can, I mean, this is a quite a lot of stuff that is working now. It's not really everything, but I think it's pretty good. So we need to decide at a certain point to switch completely, you know, from the old game to the new game. So what I want to work on today is again the polymorph. We worked a bit on the polymorph yesterday. Well, actually worked quite a bit on that. We did a lot of reasoning and try to understand how to do things. Trying to understand how to do things, and yeah, we draw a bit of a crazy pictures, but let me delete what we don't need. So basically, this is the list of all the pieces that are somehow involved in a character, right? When we want to do a polymorph, basically when we want to transform our character into another character, right? And because our character is a superclass called APS character, which is actually then derived from the standard A character of Unreal, but then it also has blueprint associated, which is a subclass of APS character, and the blueprint is bringing with it a number of things like the skeletal meshes, the animation blueprint, the character movement, the capsule, and the APS character has pretty much all our roleplay game characteristics, like the inventory, the stats, the traits, the quest, and such. So the problem is that if I need to polymorph into another race, you know, in theory I should basically invalidate this character, right, and create a new one, right? That would be the easiest, but we have seen that doing this is quite of a hit in terms of loading and accessing the database, because basically all the functions that we have in the game are designed to load up front, you know, when the game is first started, and so we are hitting the database once on those functions and never again, which is okay. But if every time we do a polymorph, which I don't know how often it will happen, but in any case, every time we do a polymorph we have to reload a full character, that is not something that I think is good design, right? So I would like to avoid that if possible. And so the reasoning of yesterday was, okay, so if we need to avoid reloading everything, can we just change some pieces? Now, unfortunately, I don't know a way to change the character blueprint, right? Maybe there is a way, but I'm not aware of it. So that I would like to keep my base class the same, but I just want to change from the BP down. Remember that these are you know, the same class, just one is a father class and the other is a subclass. So so it's not that I have two pieces that I'm instancing. I'm instancing this one, which is the lower of the chain, right? The lower node of the chain. So I don't know exactly how to do that, and I don't know if it's possible. So I took a kind of a different route, and the different route is, okay, at least let's change the skeletal meshes in the animation blueprint, which is inside character blueprint. So it's basically the same as opening one of our blueprints. So imagine is this guy, right? And is the same as going here and changing this part, the animation class and the skeletal mesh, right? Keeping everything else the same, okay? Keeping everything else the same. Now, there are unfortunately a number of issues with that, because if we keep everything else the same, for example, the capsule, right? The capsule will stay as it is. I mean, we can change it, I guess, but the character movement will stay as it is. The pawn sensing will stay as it is. So this is not, I mean, this is not stuff that we use a lot today. For example, the pawn sensing, we're not using it too much, at least not for players. The capsule, we are using it for collision. But again, if when I'm morphed, my collision is a bit higher, I mean, I don't think it's a big issue. And I can anywhere scale the capsule if I want. One problem can be the speech bubble position. Yes. One problem can be the speech bubble position, because obviously the speech bubble for this character is very high. For a character that is smaller, is lower. So when this guy will speak in a polymorph situation, his bubble, his speech bubble will be so high, right? And vice versa, if you are a short character that polymorphing into a tall character, the speech bubble will be in the middle of your character. So yeah, this one we need to change. The problem is that, you know what, that all these values are pretty much hard-coded. Like the speech bubble for this character is really positioned here in this blueprint, which is current character blueprint, right? And if I take a shorter race, the speech bubble, you see, is positioned here. So in one case, the location is 70 centimeters. In the other case, the location is 120 centimeters. So these numbers are not registered anywhere, right? They are not part of a grand scheme of things or whatever that is somewhere else. They are really coded here. So yeah, so we will have this problem, but we can change. I mean, we can change that. We can put it in a data table and read it from the data table and reset it every time, so to make it more generic. Or I can just, for, you know, the two short races, I can just, for the two short races, lower this, and for the others will be pretty much okay. Okay, that's another point we need to consider. So I don't know if I want to put it in my list, but probably yes. Probably yes. I think it makes sense to put it on our list. is actually, I mean, it's actually a valid point. So the sensing is not a problem, but the, how do we call this? This is the interaction bubble height. I don't know. I mean, it's called here is called speech bubble. Let's call it speech bubble. Speech bubble. So we have the height here, which is different, right? Now, another thing that I didn't consider at all, and I need to see if this is a problem, is the scale. Huh. I'm just thinking about it now. There can be certain monsters or certain characters which have a non-uniform scale. I mean, yeah, I mean, which have a scale which is not 1, right? And for those, I don't know exactly what I will do. For example, I think the drifter is not these ones are all 1. These ones are all 1. Yeah, these ones are all 1, but I'm pretty sure there are some which are not 1. Like the Guja, for example, I think I had to scale it. Yes, the Guja is scaled 125. The Guja is scaled 125 in the blueprint. So this means that if I morph into a Guja, just by changing the skeletons, I will not get the 125, right? Hello, Ula. Hello, Piatnakshin. Hi. Greetings to you. So again, there is a bit of a problem for morphing, right? So some morphing will be incorrect. Now, are we going to morph into a Guja for real? I don't know. I think if the morphing can anyway manage the scale separately, so that I can set my scale. Do we have a scale command? I don't know. Do we have a scale command? There is the list of all the commands that we have in the game, right? From command line, from chat, let's say, right? There is really a lot. I think there is probably a set scale. Ah, there is a scale, yes. There is a scale command. I think this one also we need to port. Command description, what? Yeah, maybe there are some... I mean, there are so many that I don't know them all, so... Like /assist, I don't know what is it. I have no idea what is it. I mean, I don't remember. I mean, they're all commands that me or someone else created in the past, but I don't know them all. There is priority and implemented. Okay, so whenever you see yes, it means that the command is actually working in game. For example, these ones were to join the different chat channels, and it is not working yet. I did import the ability to join different chat channels, but we can do it in the future, it's no problem. Let's say that, and then here I have a kind of a priority, you know, so that Do we really need it now, or can people live without it? Like tell NPC internal. No idea, but can be when NPCs speak to players. I don't remember what is this, but I think yes, it's probably when... Yeah, I think it's an internal fake command that we use when an NPC is speaking to a player, and this is how we go. Yeah. But as you can see, there's a lot of stuff. Many of them are implemented. But some, for example, dear keep, you know, I don't want people to type commands anymore, even if many of these commands are also used in scripting, because sometimes like mainly game masters may create a script which is quickly a keeping and de-keeping stuff, you know, just to change maybe their equipment, you know, their visual look. And so this may be useful anyway. I mean, even if it's not needed by players, maybe needed by GMs. But anyway, it can also be used by players if they want to keep and de-keep quickly, and you know, to set, like we have seen yesterday in Diablo, that you have the W that allows you to swap between two things. You could create a script that is doing that. So I mean, all of them I think have a meaning, you know. All of them have a sense. By the way, this one is ported now. This one is absolutely ported. Pet. We did everything pet. We did that. For example, trade, right? Just right click and trade. I mean, we have a right click. Now the command is not there, but I don't care too much about it. Now in this one we have the majority ported, which are the one for managing. Most of them are GM commands like ban, awards, you know, ban name, character list, debug NPC. So the majority of this one are ported. Yeah, we still have a few like fog. We should be able to interact with the weather events and freeze, for example, which is to freeze a character if he's getting annoying. It's kind of a punishment that the GM can do in game. This one I did import, but they were all existing in the old game, right? What is hard? Not to divert completely, so you no longer port stuff but implement it from scratch. Well, let's say that on the client side, I had any way to re-implement. So let's say that on the client, the question was not really a question, right? So on the client, unfortunately, I basically had to redo everything. So I couldn't port the code because the code was so integrated with Crystal Space that. But on the server side, instead, we reuse so much, right? And at least the logic is all reused. So I think it was so much of a benefit for me to actually reuse the existing code that sometimes I didn't even have the question, you know. So like it's so much of a benefit to take the same code and just port it. I didn't want to re-implement, and then I forced myself. I would say I forced myself really not to re-implement, because for compatibility reasons, you know, considering we need to migrate the whole database, right? And in the old database there is a lot of data. I mean, we have some tables that are very big. And so if I change now some functionality in a fundamental way, maybe the old data will not be compatible anymore. And that would be a bit of the disaster, because this means that I will have not only to migrate the old database, but I will have also to, you know, really re-implement, rebalance some of the data. So the first thing that comes to my mind, for example, is the player statistics. You know, the player information, the player skills, the character skills. So I don't even know how big is this table, but there is a lot of data into this. So if I select count from plane shift prod dot character skills, right? We have 3,300,000 records, right? So imagine that you change the logic of those skills. Like you decide that, I don't know, endurance should be merged with strength, and there is another algorithm now, and you know there is a different balancing of the way you grow your skills or whatever. What do we do with the old database, right? How do we migrate it? So I think that one of the reasons was also that it was too much stuff to migrate. So I said, okay, let's migrate it as it is, and then when we are fully on the new release, you know, which will happen one day, hopefully in 2021, which will so when we will be fully on the new release, then I can start changing stuff. Right, so there will be a moment where we switch. There will be a period maybe of, I don't know, 1 or 2 months where we just ensure that everything is running as expected. People are not losing items, money, skills. I mean, there are no real game-breaking bugs. And then I will really start to make, finally, I will really start to make changes, you know? I mean, significant changes that can be breakthrough improvements, right? But I cannot do it now. So now I can make it nicer, you know, slightly expand the land and do things like that, but I cannot really break things. Right? So there's a bit of a rule that I set on myself to avoid breaking things too much, because I want my giant SQL script of conversion from the old database to the new database to work. I want that one to be valid, right? And I want all the balancing to be valid, and all the rules and stuff. So like that the spell is pretty much the same power that he had in the old game and the new game, and then we can start to change it, but we will change it later, not now. It will be too much to do the migration plus the changes at the same time. Okay, so where we are now is... By the way, beautiful StarCraft music in the background. Wings of Liberty. Wings of Liberty was actually the first chapter. I don't know, it was like 2010 or something. I played that game so much. Very nice game. I don't play it today anymore, unfortunately, but it's still alive. But I don't play it too much anymore. I really don't play it anymore, but it's a pity. It's a very nice strategy game. Okay, so here I did some reasoning on this, okay? And I tried to make it more parametric a bit, but I didn't spend too much time. So I'm pretty much where we were yesterday. I just did some small changes. The thing that I did, I changed the way we were rep notify things, because I was rep notify on a variable which is actually used by something else. And this was making things a bit harder. So I created a completely new variable, which is this one, which is race mesh morphed, which is replicated using our function. And And so yes, now this is completely split, you know, separate from the other function, and is used only for morphing. And I think it's probably the best idea. Before I had a bit of a mix between the two, and so now here I was trying to kind of standardize, you know, the way we do things. So for example, our rat, always the rat, our rat, by the way, there is another problem that I think we should discuss, which is the skins. Because actually this rat has 3 different skins, right? So how do I morph into one of those skins? Is it even possible in the old game to morph into a specific variant of, because this would, for example, will be a nice addition that I can have, right? So that you can morph into a particular skin. I think that would be kind of easy to, well, not easy, but yeah, not easy because they are not standardized again, but so for example, now our rat has a mesh which is not compatible with the nomenclature, right? The standard nomenclature that we have. So this one I need to rename, there is no way. So this one should be called just rat. I don't think we have anything else that is called rat in all our assets, right? Now, why the rat is upside down, I really have no idea. Consider that some of these models have been imported from very old FBX, coming from Maya, coming from 3ds Max, coming from, I don't know, I think we even use Cinema 4D sometimes, I don't know, they were very old programs. So it's actually upside down in the mesh, but then magically enough, when you go to the animation blueprint, is again the right orientation, right? So basically in the game you will never see him upside down because there will always be an animation blueprint, right? Will be nice to improve these models. So I think, I don't know if any of you wants to help, otherwise I will do it in the future, or I will commission it. Would be nice, for example, to take this rat and increase his poly count at least, I don't know, 3 times or so. As you can see, it's very low poly by choice because it was, you know, 20 years ago or 20 or whatever, 15. So, but I think we can now increase the poly count with no fear, right? And make this monster much more interesting. We can also increase the quality of the texture significantly, right? He has 1 eye, yes. Our rats have only 1 eye. In the middle of the head. Okay, so we changed this. I don't know why he changed also the skeleton, but it's fine, probably because the skeleton is referencing this as a preview asset. We just need to be sure there are no redirectors. As you can see, the redirector has been created immediately, and so we fix it up. Because we don't want the redirector to be there. We need to update a few more files, but it's okay. So now the rat is named rat, which is good. So it means that in our code, if we try to get the race mesh morphed, right, and we search it under characters or under NPC. Oh, by the way, I swapped this too. I swapped this too. Okay. Now the rat should be okay. Now we have a problem with the animation class. Let's see if we can standardize this as well. Because we need to, so new anim BP name. So it should be something similar to that, with the difference that, so we take, I think I need to do the same trick. So I need to search it first under character, you know. And if we don't find it, we search it under NPC. It is just because we have two different folders. Right, two different folders to keep our stuff. And so now the uppercase or the lower the dot of PHP, did you see that? I typed dot to join two strings. There was a PHP thingy. Yeah, we still use the same name. Now I don't know about the uppercase or lowercase. I have no idea if that will make a difference. Yeah, it is a bit of a mess of a string, but unfortunately I don't have a better way. So that's the way this name is generated, you know. Okay, so this should generate, you know, the only thing that we can do maybe is to take this piece and just do it one time. Yeah, this is probably what we can do. This is something we can do. F string, we call it whatever, temp name or something. I mean, it's not really important that he has a meaningful name. Right, so I can avoid doing all of this again because it's identical, so at least we do it once. And then I can do this as well, right? So here we need to search that thingy, and if we don't find it, we will go in to search it in the other place. So right, what he doesn't like. Okay. Yeah, the phrase is slightly different, but so here what we do, we do this, right? And we search under characters. Now I don't remember if it's characters. Yeah, character race, and then okay, and then everything should be fine. Now the big problem that we have here the big problem we have for characters is that they are done in a different way. So this is again where we need to try to standardize a bit our methods, right? Because if I look at how characters are created, I mean, yes, they have the morph name, but then they are called Dermorian M ALS, an MBP child. Now it's okay. I think we can, I mean, assuming that they are all standardized, and I think they are, but hopefully they are, we can do that. So is likely the under character is slightly different. So is race, is characters race, and then is race again, and then is ALS an MBP underscore child. Right, ALS and MBP underscore child, and wait, underscore ALS actually, underscore ALS. So this part is identical, and then I think that this guy wants the underscore C at the end for reasons that are unknown to me. Hello Slane, hi, how are you? We are working on some generalization of our characters and monsters to support the morph command, because we want to be able to morph mainly for live events. Our game masters usually are willing to morph into another creature to just roleplay that creature temporarily for an event, right? The problem is that it's not that easy in Unreal to do that, at least with our structure. It's not the fault of Unreal for sure, but it's more our structure and how we are defining characters. So this in theory should work. Now, what is the problem of this? I think this one will work and this one will work because they are standardized. So this part about the anim blueprint, I'm not too concerned. I'm concerned about this part because we are sure that our NPC are only one mesh because they don't swap pieces of their body. But we have a problem here. Is there really a dot? Yeah, the dot is added by Unreal for whatever reason. When you take a reference to this, you know, when you copy reference, you see the file name. I mean, the reference for whatever reason is the name of your thing dot the same name of your thing. Don't ask me why, but it is how Unreal does it. So actually our name is only this part, but then when you search it or reference it, you need to dot the same name. And in this case, you need to dot the same name underscore C, right? I mean, maybe it's odd for you, but now I'm used to it. So for me it's normal, but but yes, that's the way. Just click on anything and do copy reference, okay? Which is basically the unique identifier to your asset, and you will see that they are all like this. It takes your name dot your name again. For sure there is a reason, okay? But one of the reasons may be this, maybe the class that they associate the class with an underscore C. Also, this one is hard-coded, right, in their system. So underscore C is the class of that guy. It's a bit weird. Yeah, I agree, it's a bit weird, but that's how they do it. I don't know. I cannot change that because it's the base system. So the problem that we have here is that our car, in this case, for example, if we say Dermorian male, right? Dermorian male, it will be derm m, and so we are going to search for Dermorian m, and then yeah, you see that here is already broken, right? It is already broken because we actually organized our characters in a different way, because our characters have multiple meshes. So I can go dermem torso, right? So under characters, basically I need under characters I need the name plus mesh, right? Plus mesh plus my guy underscore torso. And this will get the main piece, right? This will get the main piece, which is usually what we put here associated to this mesh. You see that this mesh is separate from the others. So the torso is one mesh, the hands, the arms are one mesh, the hands are another mesh, the legs another mesh, you know? And these are all separate skeletal meshes. Why? Because we want to be able to swap textures and models. So for example, this one may become, right? This one may become stone BF plate, may become this one, right? Which is when she's wearing a plate armor, right? So basically the mesh of the torso is swapping into another one, right? So this is the way we do it. So this means that when we polymorph for characters, it's so much harder. It's so much harder because for characters, we will have to polymorph completely all the pieces, right? We will have to polymorph the hair, the face, the torso, the legs, the arms, the feet, you know, everything. And some characters maybe even have wings, or they have different eyes, or they have a bird, right? So there are so many pieces we need to change, and there is the complexity of this. Now, since I changed many things, let's start to see if it works with the rat. By the way, also for the rat we need to do other things because we need to hide the additional pieces in case my guy is actually a character, right? Okay, I think I can have a bit of a trick and simplification, you know. I think we can have a bit of a trick. And the trick can be this one. So we basically check assume that if we find the target to morph to under the NPC folder, we assume that it is a monster, and so we also assume there is only one mesh. For now, that is the case, and so this will really simplify a lot the rest, right? Isn't it easier to swap pawns? No, it's already, maybe you were not here yesterday, but for us is not, because the pawn is bringing with him. The pawn is bringing with him. This is the pawn, okay? He's bringing with him the inventory, the stats, the traits, the quest, and a million other things. So if I swap the pawn, I will have basically to rebuild, you know, all these pieces on the new pawn, and it's not easy because it's too much stuff. It's really a million stuff. So it's really so much, because for example the traits are deciding if you have, you know, blonde hair or blue eyes or whatever, and this one are in the pawn. So, and also the quests, you know, are really a problem, because if you then try to access your quest or you try to access your inventory, you know, you will not have it anymore, and everything will go crazy. I mean, our code will go crazy if it doesn't find your inventory anymore in your pawn, right? It will not save properly to the database. It will not. But it is the whole discussion we did yesterday. So I was trying to do that. So I actually tried to do that. I tried to see how many pieces I had to swap in the character, right? To just create a new pawn. This was the example, right? So that I had a character and he has all this backpack of stuff, which is basically which are these pieces. And I said, okay, what I have to do if I change pawn? I need to. So he's morphing into a dragon or whatever, or into a chicken, and then this chicken will have to go and get, we'll have to go and get all the information from his backpack and copy it over. But I try to check, and I mean, it's really a lot of stuff. Consider that our PS character class is 7,000 lines, okay? So it's too much. I think this way, the way I'm doing it now, which is basically to change the skeletal meshes and the animation blueprint, is easier, but is easier than the other one at least, but has other problems, right? For example, the character movement component will be the one of the other character, and that's maybe not always optimal, right? The capsule will be the one of the other character. The speech bubble will be at the wrong height. So there are some some pieces that we may redo, but I think it's a bit of a mess. You put this stuff in the player controller. No, I cannot put it in the player controller because this is working exactly for NPC, and NPC do not have a player controller. So all this stuff, I mean, our NPC have exactly the same management. So they have an inventory, they have stats, they have traits, they may have quests, why not? I mean, they don't have today, but they may have tasks to complete, and they have all the other characteristics of a player. So an NPC is basically identical to a player in terms of management. So when I run a script for equipping a sword, if I run it on an NPC or I run it on a player, is identical. And that is why all this stuff is sitting on PS character, which is our pawn. So yeah, unfortunately, it's not an optimal way. I mean, there is not an optimal way. So that is what I'm seeing at the moment. But I think we can go through this. I mean, this will work. Okay, there will be a bit of our coding and a bit of if, but at the end, I think it will work okay. So I see the light, at the end of the tunnel of this system. Will not be perfect because there will still be some stuff that you didn't swap, but I think overall can be okay. I mean, as a first version, we can use it. It's not the greatest system, but I think we'll be okay. Hello, Marcelo. Welcome. Hi. Very happy to see that some people are very often showing up. So we are creating a kind of a community of people that are around the stream, and they are always joining. And even if you do other stuff while you join, I mean, like you join and then you go do something else, or you just check sometimes, it's perfectly fine. I mean, it's the way Twitch works at the end, right? But it's nice to have a bit of a group of people that are following the development and the progress. Okay. So we do this. If the NPC is under, I mean, if we find if we find the mesh under /NPC, If you find a mesh under slash NPC, we assume it's a monster. So one mesh only, okay? So we start with monster false, and if we find it here, we set it to true, right? So this means that is an NPC. At the moment, NPC cannot swap. NPC meaning, wait, NPC, I mean, NPC can also be our character. In this case, I mean monsters, okay? So all the ones that are under this directory are not Dermorians, Noltrir, are all on this area. This one we have like the rats, the Gouja, the Carcaras, the Consumer, the Gobble, the all those guys are all here. So, and they are all one mesh because they cannot swap. I found a website where a guy changes mesh in Unreal 4. Is it the... Yeah, but we are changing meshes already, so I don't think I need it, but thank you. Is it Code Like Me? Code Like Me, by the way, is an incredible guy. He's doing so much stuff on YouTube, and he has one video where he's doing exactly the swap, but he's doing it you know, the way we do it. This video, which by the way I watched already, as you can see.
I'll promote the
So this video
change the
is basically swapping, you see, between the character to a deer to a dragon, right? You know, but his case is super simple because it doesn't have any information in the pawn. There is no C++ behind. There are no classes, but there is nothing. So the only thing that he's doing in this code at the end is to swap the skeleton mesh and the animation blueprint. Nothing else. So it's exactly what we do. I mean, it's what we do now, but obviously he has a lot of, you know, he has a lot of issues. No, but thank you for that. But no, I think we are on the right path. We just need to sort out the specifics, right? But I think we are on the right path to do this. So basically, what I was saying is that if he's a monster, right? If he's a monster, we can invalidate, you know, all the sub meshes. Now I don't know how to do it, but right, so I don't know how to do it in the sense that I need to cycle. How do I do that? I need to find, you know, these components. I think we can try to find component by name, and I think it's probably the easiest because I don't know if there is a child. Again, we can try. If I do get mesh, right? Is there a way to get the child of the child component? Get children components. Ah, yes, there is. Okay, there is. So in theory, I can get all these ones and just set them to nothingness, right? Is getting a TRA of using component. Okay. Is getting a TRA of using component pointers. Right, which we can I don't know, sometimes I like to do this. I mean, I like to initialize it anyway. I don't know if it's a good practice or not, but in general I include all descendant. I don't understand what is it. Probably is a multi multi-level search, right? Okay, so basically here we have so basically here we have all the components, which is very nice, and we need to invalidate. We need to validate them because monsters don't have additional components. And so what we do, we get children of I, and then we do what? We do set skeletal mesh in the same way. We should set the skeletal mesh because these are other mesh. But we don't know. Yeah, we can cast them to. Yeah, we can cast them to use skeletal mesh component, right? So so we know that this is a. We know that this is a use skeletal mesh component. I mean, we know it now. We may there may be a case where it's not, but if it's not, then we don't do anything. Okay, if it's not, we don't do anything. So we just keep it because it means that it's a component we cannot delete. But anyway, I mean, send me the link anyway, One Learner. Maybe I will just watch it to see what is it. Why not? Send me the link anyway. Maybe send it to me in Discord if you want. And we can check it. And we can check it together. Why not? Okay, so basically, what we're gonna do. So, if the child is a skeletal mesh component, we take this child and we set the skeletal mesh to nothing. I don't know how to do it, but I will pass a null pointer. So we need to invalidate. Is there a way to set the skeletal mesh to none? I mean, there is a none thingy. Because it's basically when I clear it, right? Yes, you see, reset to default, skeletal mesh to none. I don't know if this is going to null or if there is a way to tell Unreal, but let's try null pointer. I think it may do the job. 2020. Yeah, but I don't have the website. How can I search that? I can Google search that and see what happens, but if you send me the link in Discord, it will be a bit easier. Maybe it's this. Yeah, it's doing set skeletal mesh. So this function, you know, this function set skeletal mesh is this function, set skeletal mesh, right? Is exactly the same. And then, okay, setting the materials and yeah, it's doing. I mean, these are the two basic functions right now. I mean, our case is way more complex, right? No, I don't want to build. Okay. Let me recompile. So basically what I did now is to change all of this to be more parametric. So you don't see the rat anymore here. You don't see rat in any of these lines. So this means that in theory, we should be able to morph ourselves into a rat or into a rivnak or into something else. He has a selector in the project. Okay, but we don't need a selector. We do it by command line. I mean, we can also do it with the selector, but it seems a bit overkill, you know. I'm not gonna design a UI just for a game master to morph. I mean, you can just type /morph and that's it. I'm not gonna design a UI for that particular use case. It seems to be too much. Yeah, but the selector is nice. I mean, this selector is nice. You can click on stuff, you know. And yeah, but it's super easy to do anyway. Just a box, you know. It's super easy to do. I mean, I have no problem in doing this. This is just a UI with buttons, and when you click on a button, you just you know, you just call set skeletal mesh and set material, and it's done. So is interesting, but it's not what we need at the moment, because it's a very is the basic, is the foundation of it. Yes. But thank you for trying to help there. Okay, so you will see that when we log in into the game, there will be no more the problem of me being morphed into something else. It is because I swapped the variable to be a completely different one, which is only used for morphing. Okay? The important point to remember is that when you have a variable that you want to replicate with a rep notify, it must be inside this function, right, which is the get lifetime replicated properties, okay, for your character. So if you don't do that, it will never work, right? So I had to put, you know, this new variable, which is race mesh morphed, into this method, so that is anyway replicated to all the clients. So even if you have something set as rep notify, it will not work until you put it in that method. Okay. It is just the way Unreal works. Uh-oh. I'm in a map that I don't have, or what happened? What the hell is going on? I think we are in a map that we don't have or something. Okay. I will just teleport back to home. Well, Ojavera we have, no? We don't. I deleted it. I deleted it somehow? Maybe I deleted it. Yes, I guess we deleted it because it's not here. Let me just check the maps that we have. But we can just go in the main map. But just for... Oh, Shavera is here. Why I cannot load it? Bah, mysteries. Ah, okay, it loaded now. I'm not sure what happened, but fine. Will not happen to you. By the way, at night, Ojavera is very cute, right? Look at these nice lights. You see that there is less bleeding? There is less shadow bleeding at night. I think it's just because the directional light is much lower. And so it's not shadow bleeding as much. But, okay. Wow, these doors are freaking massive. There's like 2 meters of doors. Like a bank, you know? They are also round like the one of the banks, so... it was really designed to close the different areas. Okay, so we want to morph. Why this light is not shedding light on me enough? But anyway. Morph me rat, right? We need to see what happens. I will let it go without debugging and see just if I become a rat. Okay, I didn't. This was kind of expected, so let's do it again. I think it may be the uppercase and the lowercase, unfortunately. Wait. I need to debug. I need to debug this one. Yeah, why we are not going through this? Because we are going through this only on the client. Fuck. We are going through this only on the client, so I cannot debug it unless I'm running the client in debug mode. Okay, I think since it's not working, I think the problem might be the case, the uppercase and the lowercase, because otherwise there should be no reason why. No, I made a mistake, boys. I made a mistake. I need to rebuild the temp name here because we don't have torso in it. Right? Torso exists only for characters and not for the other races. And I have another small mistake here, which I need to check. And I need to rebuild this, yeah. Without, yeah, because I was, I think I was speaking and so I didn't really. Okay. Yeah. By the way, you see that you saw that all the other parts disappeared, but unfortunately the helm and the bracers did not. I don't know exactly why, but the helm and the bracers did not disappear because those are attached. Those are attached to sockets. It will be interesting to see where those are going now. Okay, let me do this. Let's execute this also on the server side because otherwise it starts to be tough, you know, to debug. So, so we set the race and we replicate. We replicate also on server. Okay. So basically the point is that when you have rep notify, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but maybe for performances or for change mesh is not accessible by because it's under protected. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna move it out. Annoying but understandable. So what I was saying is that when you rep notify, right, for some reason the rep notify function is executed only on the clients. It's not executed on the server. So if you want to have it executed also on the server, you have to call it explicitly, like I'm doing here now, right? Which is a bit weird, but that's the way it is. Maybe it was really to give you a choice, you know, to give you a choice. So if there is something that you need to replicate only on the clients, this allows you to choose. Yeah. I think it would have been nice to have maybe a tag, you know, a tag that is rep using, you know, rep notify using, or rep notify using server or something like that. I don't think there is, because the on rep notify is called that way, but we can check. Maybe there is, but to my knowledge, no, but maybe there is. Maybe there is. So it's basically rep using, whatever it is, right? Using. Replicated using, right? This one, replicated using. So basically, you would like, I mean, you need to have a replicated using server side, right? But I don't think it exists. I cannot find the right page. Because there is this condition thingy. Maybe easy. Because I used the conditional replication already in another place. Wait, I remember that. I used the conditional. Fuck, it's not on character, but I remember that I have one of these things somewhere else where I use the conditional and I go with like owner only. Or maybe skip owner. I used one of those because I needed a certain replication to happen, but to happen for everyone else except the guy that we were, starting the replication from. So yes, it's something like that, but it needs to have like a server as well, you know, but I don't see it. Maybe there is this one, right? But I'm not really sure actually. But anyway, now we run it also on the server side, and so it should, in theory, we should see it in debug, and we should be able to see what is happening. Towing meat by the computer. You might want to get hardware info 64 and check it. I think I have it installed probably. I remember the name. The problem at the moment is that, you know, in my city is very hot, and so at the moment it's 29, but today is better because there are some clouds. So you see that, yes, it's 29, but the humidity is 45%. So it's kind of a reasonable. Yeah, but you see, like, oh my god. You see, like this Sunday, there will be 34 degrees. Holy fuck. There will be 34 degrees on Sunday. And the humidity, now the humidity will be low, 38%. So I don't know if it will be worse on Sunday with 34 degrees and 38 humidity, or Or the morning where will be 73% humidity. But 21 degrees. Well, 21 degrees is perfect. But bro, 34. 34, bro. And Saturday, pretty much the same, 32. With 41 humidity in the afternoon and 77 humidity in the morning. I don't know. We're gonna die. We are gonna die of heat. Okay. Morph me rat. Yeah, you see that now we are... yeah, now we are executing on the server as well. So let me just see if we are getting the right skeletal mesh. No, unfortunately we are not. Okay. I think it may be the... it might be the... let me see if we get the... ah, fuck, I messed up that knot, but let me see if we get at least the animation class. Yeah, animation class we get it. Animation class we get it. Is under rat. Okay, so this one is valid. So this one worked properly, this part. A part that I have missed a knot, but the one that is not working... the one that is not working is this piece. I would be interested to know why, though. Okay. Annoying boy. I know I changed the source. I know. I know I changed the source. I know. Rat mesh. So this one becomes skeletal. Let me see if I did something stupid. Okay. Yes, I did something stupid. I did something stupid, but it's easy to fix because mesh exists only for the characters. Okay, should be better now. We're getting closer, boys. We're getting closer. Fixing a few bugs here and there, and I think I have this hardware info somewhere. This hardware... I remember this hardware info thingy, but if I have to search it in my files, you know, it can be really anywhere. I don't know. It can be... I have no idea where it could be. I think it's in the old... it's probably in the old PC. I mean, in the old disk. But I can also re-download it. It was the one that was giving you all the information. I think I used it because... okay, succeeded anyway. Okay, it doesn't find it. GG! Yeah, I can re-download it. In Orlando, 35? Wow. Isn't the weather of Florida always 23? Like the whole year, without exceptions? What happened to the lights? Become day. Ah, you see? Now the only problem is... The only problem is that, as you can see, my rat has something below him. And that something is the helm and the bracers. Right? So the uppercase, lowercase doesn't matter in the search of an asset, which is very, very nice, because if it would have been annoying. You know, I can also jump like that. So jump is also working. But as you can see below me, there are two pieces. Below me, there are two pieces. One is the helm, I think, and the other, I think, is the bracers, right? Yes, the helm and the bracers. You see? And the reason is because those two pieces were actually attached to the original character, and now Unreal doesn't know where to put them. Now, the easy thing, but I don't know what will happen. If I try to de-equip it now, I think it will make a mess, but let's try. No? It's just going to disappear? Wow. Holy shit. So the removal works even if we don't have the socket and the body. That's very nice. It is very nice. I need food. I need food. I need food. Is there any food? I'm searching for food around. Cannot find anything. Fuck. These humans should leave more trash around. Can you put it back on? Yeah, I think it will work the same way probably, but if I try to put it on... Yes, it appears below me. Which I think is perfect anyway. It appears below me. So I think that the code is working, you know? So like... okay, that's good. I was a bit scared about this. But actually, it's not a problem because you can just remove it, you know, from your equipment. And it will disappear, so you can... Okay, let's try to morph into something else. Morph me Rivnak. Rivnak doesn't work. That's very strange. I need to put it uppercase. Okay. No, Rivnak doesn't work. But why Rat works and Rivnak doesn't? That's interesting. I can become a rogue. The problem is that the animation blueprint is not working. And probably because the animation blueprint has a wrong naming, right? So here we are hitting just the naming issues. Uh-oh. We are hitting naming issues. But that's easy to solve because we just need to standardize. Uh-oh. Also, this guy is upside down. I can try to go back to my character, but that will not really work. Only the torso will work because I didn't implement the going back yet. But if I try to go back to Dermorian male, you see, only the torso will work. Because I didn't do the other pieces yet. Why is it going up and down so much? Probably because it doesn't have legs, and so it doesn't have the IK, and so ALS doesn't know what to do. But we can fix. I mean, this part we didn't implement yet, so it's normal that it's not working. Okay, because we didn't implement the going back yet. If I put the helm, it will appear on my feet in the same way, like if I was a rat. It will appear there. That's interesting. I mean, I don't... because it's on the socket is on the... Yeah. Because the socket is on the skeleton. So actually they will work properly. Yes. The piece... If you are a human, this thing will work properly. Because the sockets are on the skeleton. So you can be a ghost, you know, you can be a ghost. Easy ghost. The weapon, I have no idea. Yes, but also the weapon, because also the weapon is on the skeleton. So whatever I equip, you know, I don't know why this one, because it doesn't have a mesh, but yeah. You see, like the weapons. The problem is that your hands are not moving because the IK is because we don't have the arms and the hands. I cannot take everything off because my torso will be there. I mean, I can take these pieces off, but my torso will be there because the torso is the basic mesh of the character. So I will be a moving torso. But I can fix that. Okay, let me check why the other races are not working. Because in theory, right? I think it's just a matter of naming, nothing else. I think it's just a matter of naming. For example, I can be this guy. Me kill everyone. Me jump. Me kill. Me eat. Yeah, unfortunately the animation of this guy are so-so. But the problem, you know what is the problem? I think that the animations are getting affected by ALS for what I see. Because I think that ALS is trying to work and it cannot really work as expected, maybe. Because I don't think that this guy is actually moving like that originally. So I think there is a problem anyway in the animation blueprint, trying to do something that it cannot really do. Maybe. The one that are not working is because I need to specify the right race, and certain races have the gender, and certain races have no gender. So I need to specify N as the gender. But then... Okay. So I think that basically for monsters it kind of works, but we need to standardize all the naming, because if the naming are wrong, nothing will really work, right? We need the right naming. So let me check which names we fucked up, but I guess that we have a number of names because we were not really interested in naming up to now, right? Because the only naming that we wanted to enforce was the naming of the blueprint, but the name, because it's the one that is getting loaded at the moment, but the naming of the mesh we never enforced. But now with this new feature we need to enforce the naming of the mesh as well. So for example, if I go under NPC, right, the Rivnak, yeah, you see, the Rivnak is called SKM Rivnak, right? And it is why it's not working. While it must be named only Rivnak. Yeah, the name of the database corresponds to the name of the race. So as long as we keep the name of the mesh the same as the name of the database, is fine. So the Rivnak now in theory should work. But for example, the animation blueprint also has the wrong name. Because the animation blueprint is named animBP underscore Rivnak, while our standard is Rivnak underscore animBP, right? So it's just a matter of naming, but changing the names will make this work okay. I think. I hope. Okay. So for example, let's try the Rivnak now. Okay, that we changed it. In Unreal, the Epic devs have standards which are really nice. Yeah, we have standards. Sometimes we don't respect our own standards, but we actually have a page on the wiki with all the standards we should use, you know, for naming everything. And I don't remember if it's under art. Probably it's under art. Naming conventions, you see, this thing. So it's basically telling you how to name a material, how to name a mesh, how to name a texture, how to name an animation. You know, and there are the different pieces for the variations, for the body part, how to name the different body parts, how to name the different races, and yeah, we have the same standard basically. So the MI matte, we use matte for material, but yeah, the idea is the same. Ah, you see that now it worked. But the blueprint seems not to be named. Wait. Why is not... why is not... why is not walking? I think that here we start to hit, you know, the problems of different character blueprints. Yes, for sure, for sure. Because I think that the walk is not only in the animation blueprint, right? But the walk is also in the character blueprint. So there is some functionality, you know, that has been added specifically for that, because that one is a mount, right? And yes. I mean, all of this is inside a blueprint of the character. And we are not swapping the blueprint for the reasons that you know. So if there is a you know, special functionality implemented for that particular creature, and that special functionality is in the character blueprint, in the specific character blueprint, we're gonna miss it. We are gonna miss it, yes. So the rat was moving because he has no specific functionality. But the horse is a bit special because he can, for example, lean his head forward based on the speed. And he can you know, rotate his head based on the turn speed. You know, all of this. And all of this now, and the animation blueprint is expecting those values to be set, right? And now the animation blueprint is not finding those values, and so while while it's still working, because you see that he's moving his head a bit, he's moving his mouth, he's moving the tail. So the animation blueprint at the moment is active and is in the idle state. As soon as I move forward, the blueprint doesn't know what is my speed, right? It doesn't know what is my speed. And so since it doesn't know what is my speed, it's not animating the character. So the only problem is the forward speed and the turn speed, which are two variables that are set on this particular blueprint. Now, if I could have those two variables available, I mean, like shared between all the characters. So if I move these two variables on the base PS character, then this guy will actually run properly, will actually move properly, which is something that we can do. I don't know if I want to do it now, but you know, it will be a fix. Now the leaning of the head will not happen. The leaning of the head will not happen unless we move this one also. Make lean amount. Yeah. Yes. Yes. This is specific for this race, you know. Yeah, he has a blend space, and there is a blend space for this guy. But it's okay because the blend space is used by the animation blueprint, so that's not a problem. When we swap the animation blueprint, automatically we are referencing the proper blend spaces, right? So it's not a problem because so we are pointing to the right ones. The problem here is only the variable speed that for some reason has been put directly on the character. And now this character is not the same character. That's the only reason. That's absolutely the only reason. Which we may fix by moving that variable up, but I don't know if I really want to do it at the moment. I mean, it's not that relevant. I mean, it's in, yeah. I mean, it's okay. But you see that many of the meshes don't have the right names, and they don't because we didn't need the names to be standardized. But now we have to. So I'm going. What did I do? Now I'm going to change them all. So I'm going to fix all the names. I don't know why this guy has physical assets. I don't want physical assets on any of our characters. Because I think that these physical assets are anyway just wrong. We are not using physics at the moment. I don't want to have any physical assets loaded. So I'm just gonna delete it. I'm just gonna delete it. Let me remove it from this guy. I don't want to have any physical assets. Until we really implement, you know. If we will ever, because I don't know if we need it, but I don't think we need physical assets for our characters at the moment. Because they don't ragdoll, they don't ragdoll on the ground, okay? Then if in the future they will ragdoll on the ground, then okay. So the U-burnout was actually working fine. Now the question is why was walking so weird? I mean, the animations of this guy are a bit weird. Because Marcellum did those ones a bit weird. But it should be okay. Trapor, you see, for example, this one also is broken because it's just missing an underscore. It's just missing an underscore, that's it. Now, it will be very interesting. I think I can fix all the redirectors after I did all the changes, so we do it in one click. Like this one, for example, is called Tefusang V1, right? But I think the majority of the monsters will work. I think the ones that we probably are not gonna work are the mounts, because the mounts are a bit different. No, it's okay, Marcel. It's okay. It's okay. But yes, if you can improve them, why not? But they are actually a bit weird. Mainly the idle animation, the fact that it moves so much is very strange. It's moving so much up and down that it looks a bit fake, so you should reduce the up and down movement by a lot. So I'm just trying to standardize all the names. Which, by the way, will be applicable also if we change these monsters in the future, because these names will stay. Right? We will just change the geometry, but the Unreal Engine asset will be the same. And so we will be able to keep... I mean, this work is a work that we do for the long run. But anyway, Marcelo, it's good to have them in-game, you know, instead of not. So anyway, your work was very useful, because at least we have... at least we have the monster in-game. Yeah, you see that basically the meshes have kind of weird names just because we didn't care about it. They were not used by anything. So, for example, the Grendel is called Grendel Run V2, whatever. The animation blueprints are a bit better. Now, I don't know where is the list coming from. When you do slash list, where is that coming from? No idea. Gorwell, Matt. This one I can change, because anyway... we are pointing to the material. Also the material. Also, if you have the material standardized, you know, we will be able to change the skin, which will be very nice. It would be very nice to be able to change the skin on the fly. Ouch. But we will do that. We will do that in another iteration. Probably still today, but I think I will. Let me just do something. Naming convention. Because actually the naming of the animation blueprint, now we need it to be correct. We need that to be correct. So we need this to be res mesh name underscore animbp for monsters, and resh name underscore child. What is the name? Child and MVP. And MVP underscore child. An MVP underscore child. I don't know why underscore child, really. I have no idea. I mean, why we added child? I don't know, but they are all the same, so. An MVP underscore child. I mean, I don't know why child, but they are child of ALS blueprint, I understand, but theory is the same, so. And the mesh is race name underscore body part. Yes, 4 characters. Maybe I can do this. I think we can have because also the mesh is different. I can just go there. Okay. You see that the material is mandatory, the mesh is mandatory, the animation blueprint is mandatory. Then at the moment the texture is not mandatory, and I think it will stay as not mandatory. I mean, not mandatory naming convention. And the animation probably also not mandatory, right? But the others, we need them to be correct, or our game will not work properly. Our game will not work properly, my friends. Okay. Okay. So, what I was doing, yes, I was checking monster by monster and going up. So Grendel we did, Gorwell is the last one I did. Ghost Stand, Ghost Stand is very interesting. We should have a Ghost Stand Matt, for example, this one is named wrong. Ghost Stand underscore Matt should be the naming. And this one should be Ghost Stand underscore an MVP. And this one should be Ghost Hand only. But I think I need to fix this before. Ba-da-ba-da-bam. Did I delete the vote of Diablo or I forgot? No, I think I deleted them, huh? Yeah, I think I deleted the vote of Diablo playing. So this one becomes Ghost Hand, right? Now the problem is if with that character you want to attack, okay? Because if with that character you want to attack, I think that unfortunately, again, I have inside, but that can be changed. That can probably be changed. Because if I want to attack, you know, no? I mean, in theory, yes. Yes, you see. In the blueprint again. So in the blueprint again, we have specific animations that we play when we attack, when we die, when we... right? I don't know if in the old game, when you are morphed, you can do everything, but probably yes. I'm not completely sure. I will have to check, but I think most likely yes. And for us, there is a limitation because with the current system, but you know, I'm pretty happy we can already morph into so much stuff, and we can at least move around. We can speak and move around, which I think is not bad. There is also an eagle, but we also have an eagle, boys. Which is upside down and inside out, and never worked on it, but we actually have it. The texture I think is decent. Yeah, the texture is very nice actually. The texture is very, very nice. I think it may be a picture. Would be nice to enable this eagle. But I think there are some problems of scale and now the drifter definitely will have a problem, we know, because it's a mount, and the mounts have additional controls on the blueprint, so that will be a problem. We can become a cow. Becoming a cow is very nice. Cows are so peaceful, you know? I want to understand where is the list of available races, where it's coming from. Is it extracting it from the database? Because it should extract from the database, nothing else. I mean, I hope he's not doing some weird hard-coded list. We're gonna check soon, okay? When I finish, there are only 4 left. When I finish this, we go and check the list. Where is the list coming from? Because it should be automatically generated, I think. But it looked to me like it was hard-coded. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe. So the animation blueprint are all standardized. The meshes are all over the place. Now, all these changes are making basically my client incompatible with the current released version of the game, because now all these changes are making it incompatible, but it's okay, we can release a new version. I have the meshes all over the place, including Florida. Yes. Okay. So I think we standardized them all. Now, can we do a redirector fix on all of them? Because you see there are all these redirectors. We should not be there. And we are gonna update whatever we need to update. Without fear. Without fear, boys. We gonna do it anyway. We gonna do it anyway. Just a second, I'm writing a quick message. Quick message. Quick message. I'm not very quick at typing messages. Okay. So I was I thought he was doing this job. Okay, but anyway, so now what do? We switch the mesh, we switch the animation blueprint, and we hide all other pieces of our character, right? Which is good. What? I said fix up. Why they're all... What? What did I do? I didn't click on fix up? I don't understand. What did I click on? What? I say fix up and it's not fixing up anything. What? Bro! Fix this thing, please. I need to do it one by one? Okay, thank you. I mean, why? Why the global fix up is not working? Why? Why I need to do them one by one? But it's okay. We will do it one by one. We like clicking on stuff. Clicking on stuff is nice. There is the one that doesn't go away. For some reason there is one guy that doesn't go away, which is this consumer thingy. So let me try to select them all except this one and see if it works, because I think this guy has some problems and... Maybe. Maybe. Yes. It's this guy that has an issue. It seems we cannot delete it. It's a bit scary actually. Why we cannot? Why we cannot? He's actually only referencing the NPC label, and is referencing our new mesh. So I don't know, maybe it's Unreal that is fucking up a bit. I think we will leave it for now. We will leave it. Okay, let me see the list. Where is the list generated? Because there is actually a way, you know, to obtain the list of characters. So list all the races you can morph into. List. Construct the list coming from the race info list. Ah, yes, it's getting it dynamically. Race names, find. Race name, wait, race name. What? What? Ah, to avoid adding it twice. Ah, okay. So this line is basically... Check if we found this race already. Okay, so if we find it already, we are not gonna add it. Okay. And here we add to the list. Yeah, so actually is getting this from the database. So in theory is getting this information from race info. So it's already dynamic. So when we add new races, right, so that's perfect. I think the only problem is that I'm running on the dummy database, and in the dummy database, my race info I think is not complete. Which is not a great idea, actually. Yes, you see, my race info is smaller than the real one. Is smaller than the real one. Is there any reason why in my dummy database I only have a subset? Is there any reason? Well, maybe because in the dummy database I have a different spawning location. No, because the spawning location is in the other table. No, I think we want to have in this table everything. Also in the dummy database. I don't understand why. I don't understand why. We have it different. Like, for example, one difference is that here this guy is called one-eyed rat, and on the other, in the other side is called rat, but that doesn't really make a difference to us. Grendel, Gobble, yeah, because some of the races are defaulting to, but that's fine. That's fine. But we are missing a few, like this one we are missing, this one we are missing. I don't know, it's a bit of a mess, I have to say. I think I want them all. I want them all. So I think I will copy, I think I will insert into my plane shift, whatever. I will copy all the races that we miss. There is no reason why I should not. Like, I only have a few. I don't know why that is the way it is. From 34 to 83. 84. Fuck, because there are too many, and so he split it into multiple queries. Can understand that. Okay, he did it. I think there is no reason why we should not have the full list in our dummy database, because anyway we're gonna use it, so. Now 83 we have. Wow, this music is making what I'm doing very mystical, you know? Okay, so we have all these versions of different monsters. Then we have 1991, 92. 1991, 92. We are missing, for whatever reason, up to 90, all this block. Yeah, so at least in the dummy database we have everything. I think that the reason in the old game was that the dummy database was working on a reduced set of art, but Actually, in Unreal is not the case. 97, 98, 99. 97, 98 we have. We're just missing 99. Okay. Yeah, it was a bit of a mix, so I had to copy them one by one. I mean, well, let's say in groups, but okay, now it's done. Now the problem can be race spawns, because race spawns is connected, but you know what? I think race spawns we can just copy fully from the old to the new. Well, actually I did it already because I see I have them all. Yeah, I have them all. So I did this job already. Okay, good job. Response. Yes, it's complete. Okay. Okay, so now we have in theory all the races. Okay, let's try again now. And I standardized the majority of the names. Let me just close the editor. I will reopen it because I just want to then check if this consumer monster, I mean, why is not, you know? Now, what do we do for the skins? Because I think it would be very nice to be able to morph in a different skin. But I'm not sure. I mean, was it possible in the old game? Depends. Depends if he's getting the name race info index get name. Yes, probably yes. So it will show. Yeah, we can see it, but I think it will show the different skins as well. But then I don't know if he's able to switch the skin. That I have no idea about. That I have no idea. So if I do morph list, you see that now the list is insane. The list is super big. Okay, perfect. Now we have them all. So for example, if I want to morph into a jade clacker, right? Why I'm so small? I think I'm so small because there was a scale applied into the blueprint. That's the usual problem, right? Probably the clacker has a scale. I'm pretty sure because there is no other explanation. So if I go under blueprint NPC and I go in clacker, yes, there is a scale of 3. There is a scale of 3 applied. Now, we may also not care about it because if we enable the scale, parameter, the scale command, which at the moment is not working, but we could have a scale, you know, scale, you know, scale me 3. At the moment it's doing nothing, but the command is there, right? So in theory, I think it's possible to do it. I just don't know if the scale is automatically replicated or also we need to have a rep notify on it. Unreal scale replication. Scale is not replicating. I mean, there are a number of things that are not replicated. They should replicate, they don't replicate. and so people need to do it manually, you know, need to manually replicate stuff. Okay. Actor scale not replicated. This has been fixed and should work consistently in future releases. So it seems that there was something that I don't know. It seems that they fixed the scale; it was not working. So probably is working. We can test it. We can see if I can scale myself. That would be very important, because if you want to again have a special character, you know, like a very small clacker like this one, and say hi from your small clacker. I mean, right? Yeah, you see that the position of that is based on the previous character, but anyway, this guy can walk, this guy can sprint, he can jump, you know, he cannot attack. I mean, he cannot visually attack. The rules will allow him to attack, but he cannot visually attack. The problem is that at the moment we are not changing the material, right? So I think we will have to yeah, the material is another problem, but let me try to do the scale. Let me try to do the scale, because I think that the scale we may use it. But basically now all the morph into monsters should be okay. Why is not walking? That's very strange. Why is not walking? He actually has a blend space, but it seems that the blend space is not used. I think this monster misses some... yeah, I think this monster is missing some work. So he cannot really walk in game. This guy, I think he cannot walk in game, because it looks like he's missing some stuff. He's missing... He's missing some stuff. Yes. Yes, he's missing all of this. And he's missing this. We can add it now. I mean, it's not a problem. It's super easy. I mean, it's basically a copy-paste, because all these animation blueprints are pretty much the same, so... It's just a copy paste and adding few variables, so this variable exists already? Okay. So it was kind of half implemented, yeah. It was like half implemented for some reason. $50-50, boys. Yeah, it's also it's only by, you know, testing that you see this kind of problems. Otherwise, you cannot really see them. Speed, walk, run, blend space. Now the blend space actually is already into the locomotion. The blend space is already... It's not using the default slot though, and I don't know if this is a problem. So I think I'm gonna add it. The only problem is that this monster seems to have... two states, while our monster usually don't have the two states. Yes, I think this one was done a bit differently. State weight moving. What the fuck? What is this thing? You know, I think I don't want to use that. I think I don't want to use that. How do I see the... Ah, okay, I see it like that. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, it should be fine. I think it should be fine now. Should be fine now. It was missing some pieces. I don't know why. But it was actually missing some pieces. Okay, let me test one thing in the old game. If I swap, but I think it was probably working, huh? Probably was working. Let me see if in the old game I morph myself into a different skin. I mean, the old game has been worked on so much that we nailed, you know, we nailed all those problems during such a long period of time that obviously, you know, before in Unreal we reach the same level of, you know, consistency will take some time, but characters can morph into an Enkidukai, which is actually the feline race. And you have one of the clans, because each clan has a different skin color, right? Each clan has a different skin color, and so some of them, I think the Akayo one is looking like a tiger. Now here there are not all the clans, but yes, this one, this clan here is the one that is looking like a tiger, like me. I mean, they are humanoid. They are anyway kind of humanoid looking, so. Is it loading or what? Not responding. Okay. The old game doesn't want to load. I just said that it was perfect. I just said that. Okay. So if I morph, I want to see if I can morph into a different skin. So like if I morph into a Vile node. So the question is this skin different? Is this skin, right, different than Malberlord? Yes, it is. So obviously the old game was working also for skins. Okay. So the old game can properly set the skin as well. GG. Okay. 065 was the last old game version. Yes, 065 is the base version, and then there were 2 updates after that, 6.6 and 6.7, and so technically 067 is the last release, and it will be the last release forever. It will be the last release forever. So we're not gonna check. Well, actually there is 07, which is the Unreal one, because Unreal versions start from 0.7. So hello Electra. I look special and scary. Yes. Yes, also in real life I look special and scary. Hello. Okay, so the skin, now at the moment we are not managing the skin, okay? We are not managing the skin. Let me see if we can manage the scale. Let me see if we can manage the scale. How is scale even working? Scale. So scale. Scale. He's doing it with a variable. Okay. Is doing it with a variable. Yes, because we have the ability to set variables on our client, on our characters. The problem is the problem is the same, boys. The problem is that what the fuck is Trilout doing? Buffable interpretation of the variable. Yeah, because it's basically setting these variables as buffs, and these buffs are then going to trigger stuff on the on change, right? Of the specific variable. Now why I don't see an on change? Why I don't see an on change on this guy? Why I don't see an on change on this guy? Because in theory this should trigger the scale change, but I don't understand how this is happening. I don't understand how this is happening. Because I don't have an on change. I mean, okay, character variable, fine, but character variable is using a buffable as usual. But then this freaking buffable is a generic class which works for everything, and yes, he has an on change, but the on change is it's just a virtual, right? So in theory it should be overridden by but it's not. So I'm a bit confused. Why this one? Why this character variable doesn't have an on change to catch the modification? Because in theory we need to have a scale, right? I don't know, I'm a bit confused. Let me search on the old client. Let me search on the old client in client. Let me search scale in the current project. Scale, message scale. But scale, message scale. So is in the received scale. Hey, but this is when we create the new actor on the client. When we create a new actor on the client, we are setting the scale, and that can be fine. But so probably it was persisted It was persisted on the actor directly. I see. I think I understand how it was. If the mesh is a scale applied, yeah. It was on the loading. It was on the loading. So basically, when I launch the, well, basically when I do scale, it's sending me a completely new entity. Yeah, because I'm a tiger, exactly. Because I'm a tiger, then looking like that. A bit special and scary, yes. No, what I want to do is, if I launch my right, if I use scale, right, and if I use scale me 1.5, what do you mean unknown command? What? Scale unknown command. What do you mean unknown command? It's in the list. There was no scale. Scale. Scale is not working in the old game. That's strange. Let me check one thing with people that have the knowledge, okay? With people that know stuff. If UAJet is available, I don't know if he's available, but let me check. UAJet, I see there is a command called scale in the code. Is this command used working in PS Legacy? Because otherwise, how do you change your... I think you know what they were doing? They were probably doing set variable. Let me try. I think there is a set variable. Set. Or there is a variable. No? Is there a set variable thingy? No? Set a server variable. No. But I think there was a variable command. Set list GM player no fall damage quest internal attackable instant invisible invisibility infinite inventory invincible invisible never target. How do I set a variable on my character in Legacy? Can I do it or I have to do it from DB? Because doing it from DB is very annoying. I don't know. I mean, in theory, you should be able to set a variable on yourself, but I don't see the command. I need a game master with some knowledge. I need a game master with some knowledge. Or I can search in our wiki, but I don't think those kind of commands were actually listed here. Maybe the internal one, but nah. Maybe an internal one under GM commands, maybe. Let me search the internal wiki under Game Master Home. Game Master Policy, Game Master Communication, Resource, Testing, Quest Application. Maybe under Resources. Holy shit. GM commands by level. GL commands by level. Yeah, but if I search a scale, come on, I want to search scale. No, scale is not here, you see, and variable is not there as well. So I think there was no way, probably. That's strange though. Or maybe in morph. Wait, maybe in morph you can give the scale. Because it could also be an idea. No. I would say I cannot find. Okay, I will wait for Uajjet to answer because I think he knows. I mean, if he ever used it in an event, he knows. I think that the point is to have, you know, the variable scale set on you. Now, I don't remember how to do it. Like set variable, but it's not there. It's not there. These commands are not there. So, I mean, I can try to show GM and see if there is anything here. There is all the stuff that you have as Game Master. Invincible, invisible, view all, never tired, no fall damage, infinite invent. But it is not the scale, so I have no idea how the scale is working now. I mean, it looks like the scale command exists in the old code, but for some reason is not callable. I don't understand. So scale exists, okay, because I see it, but it seems that it's not in the database or something. It's not associated into the database to anything, so at the moment it's not doing anything. Invalid target for morph. You see that anyway, it was a kind of a copy of morph command. I think maybe it was a half implementation. I mean, it was like tested a bit, but it was never really implemented. The problem is that anyway, we need a way, you know. I think it would be good to be able to set the scale. Maybe there were issues, it was removed. That's very possible. That is very possible, but basically in the old game, if I set a variable on me that is scale, I think it will actually scale me up. In fact, some of our monsters have the scale parameter set, right? And have the scale parameter set, which is actually working. So if I search, for example, if I go in if I search one of our bosses, okay, if I search one of our bosses in the production database, right, and I go where name equal Xalpalok, which is one of the bosses, right, and I take this name, I take this ID. I don't know if there is the scale here as well. Don't remember. Maybe we have a scale. No, we don't, huh? No, here we don't have it. Okay, so if I take that ID and I go under character variables, okay, and I search where character ID is equal to this guy, you see that we have a scale of 4. So basically, he scaled 4 times compared to a normal monster of that. Now, this scale is another piece that is missing in the porting, because I'm actually not reading this, right, in Unreal, while in the old game I'm pretty sure that this one was read and used. Yeah, use overridden scale is specified. You see that he has a scale var, right? He has a scale var. Where is this scale var coming from? There is the old code. Whenever you see a white background and the old Microsoft Visual Studio 2010, there is the old game code. Get scale value. This function will return the scale from character's value and any buffs. Yeah, get variable value. You see, it's getting the value of that variable and he's setting it into. Okay, I understand that. So I think it is already working on our Unreal Engine, because all of this is actually getting executed. The only problem, I think, is that this get scale is probably never called. Wow, current project, there is no other instances of this. There is no other instances of this. Okay, let's try entire solution. Maybe it's in another package of something, but in theory there should be a point where he's building the character. There it is. Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, so there is an important point for us, because in the old game there was a message with the persist actor, which was basically doing the replication between server and client, because we were doing the replication ourselves manually, right? So it was done by our code. And just check the one you had there. They will say for the old game and see. But whoever typed the old code loves spaces. Yes, we were using some automatic formatting anyway. So we were using A style, I think, to run. I mean, we were running that through the code often to just ensure that everything was formatted properly. I mean, properly formatted. So in the old game, we were basically persisting the actor manually. So what it means is that, you know, there was this client-server separation as usual. So on the left, we have the server, on the right, the client, and the new character would be loaded, and then the new character would be mirrored on the client, you know, with this message, which is the persist actor message, right? And as you can see, during the persist is getting also the scale, doing the reasoning on the variable and blah blah blah, right? So so I think we have a kind of an issue here, in the sense that if our blueprint in Unreal is already scaled, right? Because we have some cases in which our blueprint, like this one, already has a scale of 3, right? And if I want to increase this scale, I will have to put it on, to multiply it by this one. So I will have like to get the current scale and multiply or something, because otherwise it will not work, right? And anyway, touching this scale, I've seen that sometimes is a bit tricky, but I think we have no other way than rely on this. So how do we do this? So we cannot do it through the replication, I guess. Okay. I don't know. First, I need to understand how it works in Unreal. But we said that the scale is not replicated, which is a bit annoying. We said that the scale is not replicated. But you see that we have a scale var. So that scale var, is the scale var actually sitting on PS character? Now, where is that scale var? Where is that scale var sitting? I know, scale var is just a temporary thing that is read by this. So it's just a temporary variable. It's not sitting anywhere. The only one that we have is the base race scale, and this one probably is present. Because this one is the one. Where is this one? Race scale. Race scale is also here. Because it's coming from race info. So we only have it inside race info. So it's not a specific variable, but I think unfortunately in Unreal we have no other choice than make it explicit. So we will need to have I don't know if we want to do it during the loading. I would remesh them. What do you mean by remesh them? We can have the same monster three times, and each time is a different scale. So, I mean, it's not that our monsters are wrong in the base version of the mesh. It's just that we need them to be scaled, you know, at runtime. So I think that the scale will become something similar to the new variable that I added for morph, right? Because this race mesh morphed, you know, is the one that I used for morphing the character, right? So I think we need the same for scale, which is like temporary, you know? It's temporary and it can be removed at any time. But being a visual aspect of the game and being something that we need to replicate, I think we have no other chance than setting it explicitly and then using the same trick of replicated using. Because I can try to change the scale, but as we have read on the internet, scale is not replicated. I mean, we can try, but probably will do nothing. So I think it will happen only on the server side, unless we do it with a replicated using. And in theory, our monsters already have different scales. It's just that I think at the moment in Unreal we are not doing this. But if I take race info, right? If I take race info and I go on these sides, no, it's not the sides. I think it's the scale. You see this one? Now, unfortunately, this one was adapted to the one that we had before, but apart from that, look at 8081, right? 8081. So the Riverling is the same monster, but one... no, let me take a better example. Let me take this one, 87, 88, 89. 87, 88, 18. So these three, basically these three lines. Yeah, you see that the scale is 0.9, 1.1, and 1.2. So it's basically the same monster with a different texture and a different scale, right? Right. So at the moment, this setting is not used anywhere in Unreal. And so if I spawn these two monsters, they would be exactly the same size. And it's a pity because in theory they should be different. Right? What do you mean by does the different scale matter? I mean they look bigger or smaller. What do you mean by matters? They look bigger or smaller. So it's a bigger monster or a smaller monster, right? So we need somehow to consider this, and at the moment this is not considered. So when the monster is loaded, I don't even know what happens when I load my PS character, right? When I load my PS character, there should be a consideration of scale somehow here, because otherwise... Ah, here it is. You fix me, multicast the scale to all clients. You see? It was already a reasoning that I did. It is my comment in Unreal. You fix me. Yes, the answer is yes, my friend. My friend in the past. The answer is yes. We need to multicast the scale to all the clients. It is enough to scale in EU? Good question to do. So yes, because here we are loading the specific monster or the specific creature. You know what? Just for fun, we can do this. We can just set... how do I scale, by the way? I scale by setting the scale on the blueprint, or I set the scale... Where do I set the scale? Where do I set the scale in Unreal? Where do I set the scale? I set it on the blueprint, I set it on the mesh. Or where? Or I set it on the actor. Set the actor scale in 3D. New scale. GG. What do you mean? I mean, on the actor? Because here I'm loading, here I am inside load, and in theory here I already spawned my guy, and I'm trying to load all his information, okay? So from the plane shift point of view, I can call get scale, right? And get scale will return me the mix of is the same function we saw before. So this one we return the race info scale plus the variable that has been set. So this function is capable of extracting the base scale, yes, and multiply by the buffs. So this is the one that we need to call, right? So from our rules point of view, let's say, or plane shift point of view, that is the scale that I want to apply, right? Now, the problem is, how do I apply it? I just do set actor scale on PS character. Can try. Set actor scale 3D, and he wants the vector. Okay. Now, I think if we do this, it will kind of work, but it will work weird because we have in the database very weird values, right? Because in the database we were using the crystal space scale value. So for example, if I go, let's take my character is the Dermorian male, right? But let's do it in the right database, this database. If I take the Dermorian male, you will see that as a scale there may be a value that is not 1. Yeah, 0.92. You see? It's 0.92 because, you know, in crystal space, when we imported the model, I mean, there was his normal scale, right? But in Unreal, we already scaled him properly. So in theory, this value for him should be 1. Now, just to do a test for fun, let's put 2. Let's put 2, right? And see if that works. Now, the problem is that I think it will not be replicated. That is my fear. My fear is that it will not be replicated properly. So that if I do this, it will not be replicated. I have to do it. I have to do it in a replication. Like to the lore, yes, it matters for the lore because there is a beast that is different. Like I don't know, the frost spider is bigger than the sand spider, right? But in reality, it's the same model, just with a different texture, right? I mean, all games work like that, by the way. I mean, you are not going to remodel completely, you know, the frost spider. You're just changing the texture and the sides. In Unreal, do you do instances for the meshes and make 3 different skeletons? No, the skeleton is the same. It's the same skeleton, we are just scaling it up. Now, I don't know how Unreal Engine is managing internally, but we are going to call this function, and that's it. You know, and then on the same skeleton. Now in Legacy, in PS Legacy was I don't know, sometimes it gives me this error. I have no idea what it means. In PS Legacy we were doing something a bit different, which was to replicate manually and then set the scale man. So everything was manual. So it was I mean, the client and the server were completely separate. So this was one of the big benefits on one side and one of the problems on the other side. But basically now in Unreal, you know, all the discussion we did before about the character blueprint and all of that stuff happens client side and server side in kind of the same way, right? Just because Unreal manages this way. But for us in Legacy, the client was just the pure geometry. So it didn't have any of the server side code at all. So was so much better, you know. Hello, Jet. I was just searching you. How do you scale into a... How do you scale yourself in an event if you want to do a big monster? You scale using morph? So morph also has a scale, eh? Where is this morph scale thingy? Morph also has a scale. But the syntax of morph... list, reset... no, I don't see. Morph is accepting list, reset. I don't see scale. Wait. Scale. If there is another entry, is the scale. So the scale is just put at the end. Okay. Scale is put at the end. Okay. Fine. So it's not a separate command. Okay, because actually it exists, but then probably has been removed. But this means that if you want to only scale, you cannot. You need to morph again yourself, right? Which is kind of annoying, but okay. Am I twice as big? I think I am twice as big. But you see what happens? You see what happens about the running speed? The running speed is the same as... I mean, in theory here I'm sprinting, okay? And I think that for a normal character, that is actually the speed that I will cover when sprinting. But considering my character is scaled up, you know, and the engine wants to have the feet in the proper position compared to the ground, right? So he's not skipping, but he's actually... So he's actually moving slower, because for his sides, he's not sprinting, he's just running normally. Unless we also increase the sides. But yes, definitely I'm bigger than normal. So the good news is that scale is actually replicated. Yay! Uh-oh, I lost my head. What is this tavern? Is it a tavern of gnomes or what? Tavern of small little people. I cannot even fit into it. I cannot fit into this tavern, it's so small. Yeah, you see the speed? He's trying to jog because the speed is so small compared to his sides. But the mantle doesn't work because the mantle is considering the previous sides of the character, right? So I cannot really mantle up there. I think if I mantle on something that is lower, probably the hands will look wrong. Let me try. I need to mantle. Can I mantle on something? Yes, you see that? Well, it's not that bad. But I'm pretty sure that this is the sprint speed. So this speed is the speed that a normal character will sprint at. So, or when we morph, we also change the speed. Yeah, but the good news is that it's working, right? The good news is that it's working as expected. I mean, in the sense that if we set the scale, right? If we set the scale, because I set it in the database, huh? I set it in the database. I set it in the database. Now let me do something more. Let me set in the database. Let me set in the database for my character a scale variable, okay? Which is the one that is used for monsters. The speed scales when we morph. I mean in Legacy, so if you make a bigger monster, you are running faster. Are you running faster if you I mean, are you covering more ground? I mean, I'm not concerned about the animation, how it looks, but basically is if you make a bigger monster in Legacy, do you cover more ground? Okay, you cover a 6x speed. I see. I see. So there is a fix that in theory we should do also also here, right? We should do the same fix here. Because as you can see, it's not working that way at the moment. But you can scale. Now I want to do another test. I want to scale by variable, right? So we scaled it twice in the race table, but I also want to scale 2 times more, you know, by variable. By variable. So at the moment I'm Rarir, which is number 147. So that's the ID of my character. So if I go under character variables, and I create, you see there are already something. Ah, there is a scale 1. Okay, let me try scale 2. Let me try scale 2. Why this one was here already? That's kind of strange. Probably because I tried just to see if it was working, and obviously it was not working. But okay, now we're gonna relog with the variable on, because some of our monsters have this variable set, okay? And so we want to see if the variable is making any difference. And I think it will, because the code is already considering that. So I don't know if this will change anything in the character creation. Like you see your character is twice as big in the character selection. I don't think so. But in theory now we should be 4 times. I mean, here the scale is not affected, but it's okay. Interior should be 4 times bigger. Yes, I am 4 times bigger. I am. So now I don't fit into the tavern anymore. No, I don't. But at the same time, I cannot mantle, because the mantle is based on the I think it's based on a fixed. I think it's based on the capsule. What is my capsule looking like? But because the capsule is scaled with me, so my collision is big as this, but I think that the mantle is considering another scale. Okay. But I think this is already good enough for us, because this means that bigger monsters will actually show as big. Will actually show as big. Yes, they scale your character probably with a variable in the database, because if it's permanent, then yes. Okay. Now I hope that everything works as expected, meaning that an helm will be bigger, a weapon will be bigger, a bracer will be bigger, another weapon will be bigger. Yeah, so basically everything else is properly scaled, you know, the way it should. So basically everything works, which is very, very nice. Very nice. So I don't have to do Can you do more damage? No, you don't do more damage. You don't do more damage, but in theory you should. I don't know. But for example, you see the jump remained what it was, because we didn't scale up the movement. We didn't scale up the movement component in any way. So we didn't scale up the speed, we didn't scale up the jump, we didn't scale up the minimum step, we didn't scale. So, you know, there are so many pieces that are missing in Unreal for this scale to actually fully work. But I'm already happy that it's somehow working. So you fix me multi-scale declare to all client. Now we have an answer, my friend, and is scale the model based on based on base scale. I mean using base scale in DB in race info plus any buffs which means variables basically, right? Basically variables. And I can say also this is already replicated by the engine now to all clients. Now the problem is you know, the problem is, do we want to do more than this? Because in theory here there is a big to-do. There is a big to-do which is scale speed, jump, mantle, right? So all of this in theory needs to be done, otherwise you are not really scaled properly, right? Yeah, they made your character like a small Enki, huh? Mounting, yeah, mounting will be broken. Mounting will be completely broken because at the moment if I mount something my character will still stay big, right? I don't think it will reset. I don't know, we can try, but I think it will not reset to any. I mean, look how the drifter is, because now I'm scaled 4 times. If I try to mount him, yes, I mean, it will still work. So he's able to carry me somehow. I mean, it actually still works, but obviously it looks a bit stupid. But it's still working. But also the camera settings, you know, also the camera settings are obviously very small now, because when I zoom out, there is the maximum zoom out that I have, right? Which for a character that big looks super small. There needs to be caps. Yeah, there is a cap already, I think, which is 100. But anyway, only the game masters will do this, so they are usually, you know, not doing stupid things. But if they do, means they want to do it. So if they want to put 500 for whatever reason. But yeah, at the moment I think the maximum is 100. But okay, so we can get carried around like this. I'm surprised that my size is not getting affected, but it's because we switched from the socket solution to the non-socket solution. And so, but I cannot jump here because my jump is still super small. Okay, but I think it's fine. So, okay. So now, can I morph myself using a scale? Can I morph myself using a scale? And also, where is this scale? Because at the moment, this scale is a global scale, meaning that it is my real, this is my base scale, right? I cannot, this is my base scale. Now the problem is, we need to have a way to say that we also want a morph scale. which then can be reset to your base one as needed, right? At the moment, this one in the old game is done through buffs, but we cannot replicate buffs. But we don't need to replicate it in this case. We don't need to replicate it because it's replicated automatically. Oh, that's very nice. That is very nice. So in theory, I could use the old system. I could use the old system. Yeah, I could use the old system. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Oh no, yes, I can. The only problem is that during morph. Okay, let me see this morph thingy. If there is another entry, it's the scale. Okay. But then what? Unset the scale variable. Unset the scale variable. Set the scale variable. I mean, I'm fine with all of this. The only problem I have... Yeah, but I think it may work already, actually. I think it may work already, because we can... Now let's do it here. Let's do it here. So I can... Right. So target, yes, right. So we set that, and what the fuck? Scale is a string. Holy Jesus. Scale is a string. Very nice. Okay. What? Okay, here actually there is the same to do. So I think we will have to create a new function which is doing all of this. Scaling the speed, scaling the jump, scaling the mantle. But at the moment, you know, I don't know if I want to go that deep. I mean, good night, Electra. See you. So I think that for now the objective was to enable morphing, okay? The objective was not to go crazy on all these different settings. So, but let me try. So now we disconnect, okay? We disconnect. By the way, it would be interesting to know if when I disconnect, my mount is disappearing. Probably not. In Unreal. So I want to change my sides in the database to be normal again, okay? But now I want to morph myself into a bigger character. So the sides here should be that, and the sides here should be 1, right? We need to fix all these values though, because all these values are based on the old thingy. Sorry, I'm thinking to something which is I was thinking, if we use the scale only from here, right? Can we then set in our project the scale of all the blueprints to 1 no matter what, and just manage it on the database, so we scale the runtime instead of the... I think it could be better. I think it could be better. But I don't know. Okay, so let's say that we are 1 1 1. Okay, so now our character, when we connect, will not be scaled, right? Will not be scaled, but we want to see if this change, that obviously we need to compile, if this change is going to do what we want to do. And also I want to be sure that when we reset the scale, which is actually here, we set the scale in the same way we do it here. Okay, so we get back the basic scale, right? So I can target, I can morph back into my normal shape, right? To reset. Yeah, because Uajet was saying before that we have to be careful, because you go back to your normal appearance, then you log back in, but any size changes remain. What do you mean? If you forget to scale you back? Yes, yeah, because it's set on a variable in the database. So if you okay, let's try this. Let's try this, boys. By the way, if any one of you is new to the stream, I think it would be really nice if you can click on follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. And also, if you want to check our Patreon site, is patreon.com/planeshift. Wait a second, I'm logged in and some email may show up. Because I was logged in. Okay, that is what you see. So if you want to go to patreon.com/planeshift, right, you can join and support us, and you can get access to the alpha, you can get a supporter tag on Discord, you can see some of the videos that I post, like I posted recently an Homestead overview video. I posted some about the Guja and some roads and whatever, right? So we are at 49 Patreons at the moment, and we would like to reach 50. So in case you want to do it, that would be nice. Okay, so now my character should be back to what he was. So we can check it with the sides of the door. Yeah, okay, we are back to our normal sides, right? Now the point is, if now I morph myself into, yeah, I cannot morph into me yet because we didn't do that part. Okay, so I cannot morph into a playable race because that is not working, but I can morph me into something else, like into a claque, and we can have a size of 3, which is exactly the one that makes the clacker normal, because we've seen that in the blueprint we have seen that 3 is normal, right? I need to say clacker n. What? Why clacker n not working? Ah, because I changed the names. Fuck. I changed the name, so I need to say which clacker exactly. So I need to say Jade clacker or whatever. Ah, but there is another problem now. That now we are reading. Wait, because now we are reading this information. Because I added the reading of this information. So if the clacker for whatever reason was in the old game scaled from the base model differently, yeah, it was scaled 0.92, so not really much, but okay. So it's not a big problem. I mean, it's not a problem. Okay, it's 0.92 anyway. Holy fuck. Why is upset? Is upset because he's colliding with this weapon? So why? He should not be colliding with anything. I know, because my capsule. Ah, fuck. Because the capsule, but why is working now? We were not having this problem before. No, but my capsule is correct. I don't understand. Why now we have this problem? Hello. Hello, Mr. Star. Thank you for the follow and welcome. So, why we have this problem now? We didn't have it before. Because I added the override of the race and it is fucking up something. Ah, if I do 1 instead of 3, it's actually working. Why is this? If I do 1 instead of 3, it's actually working. Or is not replicating on the client? Bro, but it's replicating for the character. Why is not replicating for the monster? How is it going? It's going well, thank you. We are working on morphing, and it seems that we can morph in different creatures without too much of a problem. We just have now a problem of scale, because I was working on the scale as well, and you see that this guy now can walk. Before he couldn't walk. Now the problem is that for some reason, if I scale more than 1 and I do it in the morph command, you see that this thing is getting crazy, while if I do it in the character creation, so upon load, that is not going crazy. That's very strange. This is very strange, because actually I call the same function. I actually call exactly the same function. The difference is that The actor here has already been placed into the level, while here the actor has just been loaded. It's just been loaded. Yeah, but why it should make a difference? I don't understand. Why it should make a difference? Let me just check when I do load, but I'm pretty sure that I do load after spawn actor. And in theory the actor already exists, right? In theory the actor already exists. Maybe it's getting replicated after I set the scale when I do it on the load. That's possible. You are trying to understand the basic of game development and blueprints, and congrats on the Mega Grant. Yeah, we got the Mega Grant some time ago. It was very, very nice. We're very happy about it. I mean, for sure a bit also for the money, but mostly for the recognition, you know. I think it's very nice that they thought that our project could be interesting enough, you know, to be sponsored. So that's great. That's really, really nice. You are starting to you're starting to watch at the development for a game you're making, or for school, or for I mean, how are you using Unreal? Clock Warrior, for example, is not finding it. Race not found. Race not found. But it's actually listing it here. This is strange, huh? Clock a Queen. Clock a Queen. For some reason it's set as female. I mean, being a queen, I think it makes sense, but then we don't see the mesh. Maybe we did some mistakes in because the clock should be there, should be available. The problem is, do we have in the database the proper settings for? Do we have in the database the proper setting? Where are these guys? Clock a Warrior. Clock. Yes. 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 So it should be okay, but it's not. It is like applying for a loan as your game getting chosen. No, it's very simple. I mean, the program is beautiful in the sense there are no strings attached in any way. So you are just applying. I mean, you just apply, and then they select, you know, a number of games or a number of projects. I mean, they don't have to be games. And that's it. I mean, you don't have to do anything else, you know. So there is no, I mean, you don't have to pay anything or apply for any. I mean, the money becomes yours 100%, and you can do whatever you want with it. And so it's very nice. Is a real, you know, is a real support just to support you. So they, at the moment, they didn't even check what I did with the money. So like, they don't care, you know. The only thing that they say is that you should not buy hardware, right? Or anyway, if you want to buy hardware, you should ask them first. This is probably because they want to avoid that someone is taking the money and then he's just buying a new PC, and then he's starting to develop on Unity, you know, instead of Unreal. So they want the money to be used somehow for Unreal. Why? Because it's not in the right directory, that's why. But I remember we have this monster. Where is this monster? Wait. I remember we have the monster. So it's just a problem of directories, I think. Oh no, we don't have it. GG. Why? Because there are two different ones. Okay, this one is the Gowert one. Okay, so I was confusing myself the two monsters actually. I was confusing the two monsters. Yes, I was confusing. So if I go no, but wait a second. I'm not confusing, it's just that they are named wrong. Or what? No, I am confusing it. Where is this Gowert guy? This Gowert, I mean, is he named, is the mesh named wrong? Maybe is the mesh named wrong, I don't know. I'm using Unreal for just regular game development on game. We had an idea for a while, but trying to understand some stuff. Yeah, we build our own meshes. We are converting a game that we made many years ago, which is this game, which is called Plane Shift, and it's actually working. So the game, you can download it. It's a free game. You can download it and play it, but it's made with another engine, right? And now we are converting it to Unreal, and so these meshes that you see are the meshes that are coming from the previous game, right? From the old version of the game. So they are fairly low poly, and as you can see, but maybe in the future we will improve them. Learning and getting ideas. So you're building multiplayer is a pain? No, it's not a pain. It's not a pain. I mean, in Unreal, I mean the basic third-person example is already fully multiplayer. So it's not a pain. It's not a pain. I mean, obviously it's a bit different. You have some additional layers of complexity. That yes, you do. But wait, I need to go in the old game or I'm getting super confused now. Why that monster is called Gowert, but in reality is a Loki guy? I mean, what I'm missing? Did we change the name of the creature? Did we change the name of the creature as we go, or? Yeah, I'm using C++ and blueprints. I'm using both. By the way, this is the old game, okay? This one is the old game. I just want to check something. As you can see, the grass, for example, you can see it's the old game. So if I morph list here, what do I get? There is no Gowert, right? Gowert doesn't exist. There is a Gowert. Fuck. Okay, let me see this Gowert thingy. Morph me Gowert N. Okay. And it's exactly that one. Let me morph me Teloke Warrior. Teloke Warrior N. M. It's this guy. Fuck. Yeah, it's me messing up then. Okay. They are two different insects. Okay, I was confused. I was confused. So they are actually two different, completely different insects. Okay. I don't know why I was associating one to the other. This one we don't have in Unreal yet, right? We don't have in Unreal yet. Let me see if it's properly listed as missing in our list. Clock and missing. Yes. While Goward is done. Yes. Okay. Good. I got confused, but it's good to have the old game, you know, so that I can always go back and check. But yes, as I was saying, I'm using a mix of blueprints and C++, depending on the time, depending on what we need to do. Basically, the idea is that you want to use C++ for everything that is executed very, very often. And you want to... okay, now I'm this guy. Okay, now I'm this guy, you see? Can I jump on it? No, for some reason those two boxes are, and now I'm stuck. Okay. But yeah. So you want to use blueprints. I think I draw a schema one time already of that, but we can draw it again if that helps you. But basically, you should use blueprints for everything that is, at least, I can tell you how we use blueprints. I don't know how they should be used, but I can tell you how we use them. So the way we use the blueprints, the way we use the blueprints for everything that is user interaction, right? With user interaction, I mean, for example, clicking on the UI, you know? So considering that the player needs to click, for example, on a menu or on a drop down or on a button, you know, makes it already slow enough, you know, for the reaction time of the player, so that you don't really need to move it to C++. So if you have a user interaction, for example, like clicking a button and then doing whatever action, like showing a menu, you know, showing a new menu, displaying a UI, I mean, all of that, you can absolutely do it in blueprints. I think he has absolutely no problem, right? Absolutely no problem. The other thing is kind of, you know, all the stuff that is not very frequent. So let's say, not frequent operations. Like, for example, if you, I don't know, do a change the weather, okay? So like, for example, the weather changes, right? Weather changing. Weather can change only one time every X amount of minutes, right? So who cares to do it in C++? You don't really need a lot of performance there, and I think that you can also do it that way. Or but then, I mean, in the C++, for example, everything that is inside tick, you really need to keep it in C++. I don't think you should never have stuff that is in a tick in blueprints. Unfortunately, in my game at the moment, I still have a few things that are in blueprint just because I'm still prototyping, right? But usually the idea is to really prototype here something. So something new that you are testing, because it's very easy to do it in blueprints, and then when it's very, very stable, you know, you can actually move it to C++. When you are sure that is that is stable enough and you will not change it much, you move it to C++. But I think Blueprint for prototyping is super good. But in C++, yes, all the stuff that is in the tick, all the stuff that is executed multiple times. So for example, all the equipment, you know, equipping something on your character, which happens basically all the time in the game, continuously. That to me should go in C++. We have a bit of that still, unfortunately. Like all the vitals, all the progress bars. Like if you have a progress bar that is showing the health of the character or is doing some calculations continuously, I think this really should be in C++ because if you do it in blueprints, it will slow down so much. And anyway, any operation that is massive, like if you have to create, you know, hundreds of objects at the same time because I don't know, you're spawning a new area or whatever, that should be really done in C++. So basically we tend to and in general the server side, you know, the server side for us is done in C++, and mostly the client side is done in Blueprint, but it's not a real rule, you know. But most part of most parts of the server side is done in C++ for us. Now I don't know if this is the best way, but it is a bit how we split things. Right? So what is wishing for client to game database? I don't know how to remember. I don't remember. In fact, I continuously go and check. I forget everything all the time. I continuously need to go back and check. But yes, basically morphing kind of works, boys. So that's the only thing is that if I change the morph side, if I change the scale during the morph, it's actually not working. Why is that? Why is that? Why is the scale? Because, you know, it seems that... Wait a second, because there is the artist. Should I start the 5th scene? Wait a second. Blah, blah, blah. Home, portal, house. No, wait. Hi. I'm streaming again, but wait a second, I need to speak with this guy. But the scene is still in the home world. Cannot be in the new world. But the scene 5, yeah, because there is an artist that is working on all the scenes. By the way, if you want, I can give you a preview of one of the scenes of the Dermorians. Do you want to see it? Can give a preview. Can give you a preview. Can give you a preview. Boom. This is one of the scenes that will be part of the character creation and will explain a bit of the story of the Dermorians and how they came to the world that we know as Iliacum. And is explaining, I mean, this is one of the 5 scenes of the story. We'll have a voiceover. I'm pretty happy about it. I mean, the characters look a bit out of place. Yes, I know. The reason is because these one are actually screenshots from the game, so this one have not been painted. They have been just added on top as you know, as screenshot from the game. So that sometimes they look a bit out of place, or they look in positions which are not really the best. But I don't know about these flowers. If I will keep these flowers, maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, this is basically one of the trees of Xiosia, which is our god of nature, and there is something happening in the story, and that is a kind of a scene for it. Don't forget to eat dinner. Yes, I should. It is a problem though. I need to eat dinner, yes. There is a waterfall. Yes, that's the world. I mean, remember that in our history, right? In our history, so you start from your home world, like for the Dermorians is Dermoria, which is the name of the planet, or anyway, how they call the planet. You start from there, and then due to the problems that you have in the world or the history of the world, you find a magical portal, okay? And this magical portal is bringing you to the Draken plane, or Draken plane, which is actually that purple thing that we work together a bit sometimes, but it's basically another plane, another dimension, another plane of existence, which is connecting the worlds through portals, and then in the Draken plane you will find another portal, which is actually bringing you to the world where we play, which is basically this world, right? This world is the one that you where you arrive, right? So, which we call Iliacum. But so to explain the story, to explain this story, right? To explain this story, we use drawings. So we will have a series of drawings for each race that are getting developed right now. And there will be a voiceover on top, which is telling you the story of what you did in the home planet. Just because I cannot 3D model, the whole, I cannot 3D model 9 planets with different vegetation and what, it would be a mess. So we do it with drawings, and I think it's a good idea. I think it is. Okay, yes, I need to think to dinner as well. Fuck. I need to think to dinner. Holy moly. So annoying. Dinner, eating is so useless. Eating is so useless, can there be a better way? Just to save some time. But, okay, let me think about it. I will check my... Can we morph into no, huh? We can. Ding 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 ding. Why the light on my character is not correct? Or anyway, my character is way darker than what it should be, right? Is it because because my character was created after, and so only when I change the time is actually getting updated, or what? Or it's just the fact that he's using another shader, and so it's just darker because it's darker. I don't know. During the day it looks fine, but during the night it seems that those lights are not really affecting me at all. Okay, let me check something for dinner, okay? I'm checking my dinner and see what to do. And see what to do. So we can say check-in dinner. Not chicken dinner, eh? Check-in dinner. Checking dinner. Check-in dinner 2 minutes. I think I will do a very quick and easy one. Right, let me see. Let me see what we want to do. What we want to do. Yeah, I think I can do that. I don't know, the idea was to go... go there. No, I think I can do it with the bus. Because I need to eat this anyway. Okay, do that. Basically, do this. Okay, we have a plan. We have a plan, boys. We have a plan. We absolutely have a plan. We require a bit of preparation, but, you know, it's not really a problem. We require a bit of preparation. We require a bit of preparation, but not much. Because I have some very good vegetables. I have some very good vegetables, fresh, that I bought yesterday, and so I want to eat those. So I will do some pasta, but very light pasta. I mean, meaning that with not any specific dressing or whatever. And I will put the and I will put the vegetables that I have though to cut, and you know. One second. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. So why my character is so dark? Wow, when I said that, the light became okay. GG. Because the hour changed, because the server is sending me the time, and now it changed again. Holy fuck. So what we want to do, we want to fix, I mean, we want to know why my character is not the same size on the client on the server, but I think I know why, because I think that this scale is never so it's replicated only the first time when we create the character, and not after that. I mean, this is what I'm thinking, because you know, it looks like okay, let me try again to Google this thing. So can I know, please, if set actor scale 3D is replicated or not? Because there is the question. Set actor scale 3D. Zero documentation. Look at this documentation, boys. Look at this documentation. Set actor scale 3D. Set the actor white space scale. Zero. Nothing else. Zero freaking documentation. No one knows. No one knows. Actor scale not replicating. I'm seeing an issue where I have a projectile, blah blah blah, replicating. Respecting the scale of the mesh, I've set the scale to 0.3. The client looks great. However, the server version of bullets are 1.0. There was an own issue in our system. There was reported and fixed in 4.9. But in my case, it's not happening, boys. For scaling, you also have to make sure that on your mesh component you set component replicates. On your mesh component you set component replicates. So you think that when we switch the mesh is not replicating as a default? But I don't think so, boys. So basically what this guy is saying is that when we swap the mesh, because we morph, right? Our new mesh wait a second though. There may be a problem because we are actually setting the scale before we morph. I mean, before we change the mesh. This may be a problem, huh? This may be a problem because actually we are setting the scale here and we are replicating here. And you know what? I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it a bit cleaner. I don't like this thing. And the problem is that we will have the same issue when we reset, because when we reset. So basically a reset needs to be a morph into my race. Okay, I think this way is a bit dirty actually. It's a bit of a dirty way of doing this. So maybe what we can do, we can set the race morph mesh, okay, and we can also specify the scale here. Right, and then in the method that is actually doing the unwrap change dash mesh, we do the scale. Now the important part would be not to do it twice, but since we are setting the scale and not multiplying the scale, I think it's fine. Wait a second. I have to do it. I have to do it. I have to do it here. So we will switch. and then we will scale. Right? But to do this, I need no, but you know what? The scale, wait a second. The scale is on the actor, is not on the mesh. I'm a bit confused now. Because data scale... Let me try with another monster 1 second, because that one was scaled in the blueprints, right? In the blueprint we had a... Let me try with this one, okay? Because this one is 111 in the blueprint. I don't know if that is messing up a few things. So... No, we have the same problem. We have the same problem, that this one is not scaled on the client. This one is not scaled on the client. We need to change the way we do it. We need to change the way we do it. I need to change the way we do it. I mean, it's not very hard, it's very easy. But we need to store that information somewhere, because that information resides only on the server side. And wait a second, I need to check my dinner. Dinner! Chicken dinner? Chicken dinner. In this case it's 1 minute. No, I will probably wait, because I need to also cut the vegetables and do a bit of work. Not much, but just a bit of work, okay? 1 second. 1 second. Scale, boys. It's scale. That's not working. Why? So I did something very, very quick, and dinner is actually ready. So I will be eating dinner for a few minutes. I don't know, 5 minutes, and then I will be back. Okay. I will be eating dinner now. What we need to think about is why, if I set the scale, if I use exactly the same function, which is set actor scale 3D, right? And I do it when my character is getting loaded, it works okay. And if I do it after, when I use the morph command, it's not working, because that's very annoying. I don't know exactly what is going on, but it is what is happening. So it seems that this one is replicated, but I don't know, not the second time. I don't know. There is something weird. Let me read again this freaking scene 5. 1 second. I need to check. I need to check the scene 5. Platform between the branches. For the months past, there appeared a portal carved from an ancient tree. With two of the strongest both crossed the more and interpreted such a clear response of the supplication and passed through the portal. Yes, they need to go. They need to go. Need to think about it, but yeah, should be. Bit about it, but basically they find the portal. I mean, the scene 5 says this. I don't know. I'm coming back. This guy is speaking to me, but I cannot do it now. I need to have dinner. Boys, dinner time. Dinner time. Okay. I'm back. Now, what I was thinking is that maybe the problem is that we are setting the scale and then we are changing the skeletal mesh. Maybe the fact that we are doing the scale first and the skeletal mesh next, maybe that's an issue, right? Wait. So I will try to just understand if this set scale is getting confused about whatever. This is the place. This is the place of very nice. Very, very nice. Hello? Okay, so what I want to do is I want to set the skeletal mesh after I set the scale. And I want to see if no, actually actually the scale remained. Actually the scale remained. Actually the scale remained properly, so can I go in can I see the dedicated server? Can I see the scale? Launch separate server, yes. Play as client, yes. Okay. If I do it like this, what happens? Do I have two screens or no? No, I only have one. I mean, I want to see the server window as well. I remember you had to put like two, but I'm not completely sure. No, client 1, client 2. Players listen server. Client 1, client 2. Bro, I want to see the server. No, I don't care about the... Ah, server. Meh. I will remove it. It's a bit annoying, but meh. I want to have the client window and the server window. Can I have that? Why I cannot see the server window? Why I cannot see the server window? Let me just kill that sound because it's a bit annoying. Let me just kill this sound. Okay, I killed it. I mean, if I say players listen, maybe I need to say players listen to players. Wait. Players listen to players. Okay. Probably, even if I don't understand if this one is the client or whatever. But at least I have two windows. This one says netmod server. You see? That is exactly what is happening to us. That is exactly what is happening to us. That, you know, this client thinks is bigger and the other client doesn't, and so the result is that the server doesn't, and so the result, I think I don't even need to change the skeletal mesh. It's already showing the problem. It's already showing the problem. Right? So that is what the server sees. And it is what the other client sees. And as you can see, on this side I'm scaled twice. On this side, I'm not scaled twice. It's also true that I did it on the client, so it's probably not the best one to do. But you see, it's the same. Here I scaled on the server side, and the client doesn't see the scale. So the scale is not replicated. Holy fuck. Why the scale is not replicated? Why the scale is not replicated? Why? It's strange because there is someone from staff that is saying that he cannot replicate it in any way, right? So that is not happening for him. But it seems to be pretty evident, right? That it seems to be very evident. These are all different clients, right? These are all different clients that are looking at the same guy, which is there, right? Right? When I on the server, I scale my character in 3D. You see? And the other clients don't see the scale. They click on component. Which component? Which component? The mesh component? I mean, the mesh is replicated by default, I guess, but actually it's not. Okay. The mesh does not replicate. It's kind of weird, but fine. Bro, I need to move this window. I mean, I don't know why I have two of them. I mean, I can just have one, but at the moment we have two just for whatever. Nah. I don't know which one, but one of those. Okay. I mean, in theory, the scale is on the actor, is not specifically on the mesh, right? So the scale should be on this guy. And actually, he's already replicated. Replicate movement, but okay. But anyway, I think I mean, it's very visible. I mean, in this example, is very visible. Right? That if I set the scale of my actor is not replicating. Now I don't know if I can do set actor transform, for example. Right? Which is basically the same thing, but I don't know if it's exactly the same code, so so I'm just scaling by 2, right? Let me go only one client. Because anyway, we don't need 2. So it's a bit annoying to do things, but fuck. As soon as you click inside a window, you cannot even scale it because it's immediately getting the input. Okay. So if I scale now, it's the same. The transform, the actor transform is not getting. It's so weird anyway. That is so weird, but okay. I mean, it seems to be very evident. I mean, just for fun, we can try the actor location, but obviously the actor location, you know, must do something. So I'm just adding 200. I'm just adding 2 meters to the actor location, right? So the actor location should be visible, right? I don't know if he can go to 100. Maybe he's colliding. Fuck. Yeah, but you see that if I set the location, is actually getting replicated. I can do it again. You see my character is moving. And this client sees it moving, but it doesn't see the scale. So it sees the location and probably also the rotation. If I'm going to change the rotation, he's seeing it, but he's not seeing the scale. So the scale is not replicated. GG. GG!
Clap, clap. Well done.
Well done, Epic. Well done. Okay, so with this information, that the scale is not replicated. So the only reason why it works in the original case is because the character has not been replicated yet, right? And so when we load the character, we set the scale, and then we replicate it, right? And so it's getting replicated already with the right scale. But in our case, this will happen at runtime, right? Maybe after some time. So yeah, so we cannot do it this way. We cannot do it this way, which is a bit annoying. And so the only way is to have another rep notify variable, which we will call something like morph scale or whatever. Similarly to what we did here. Right. Race scale morph. Something like that. Now the only question is, should they be separate? Or should they be... Can I point to the same function from two different variables so that... Yeah, it's a bit stupid though, because I will have to do two different things. Yeah. No, let's create another function. Let's do it separate. Otherwise, we are messing up with the logic. The only problem is that, unfortunately, I will have to replicate this one, right? In my load get loaded character blah blah blah. This thing, right? I will have to do this as well, otherwise it's not getting replicated. Which is fine, Maybe we have it as a float, so it is already a float, and we don't replicate a string, which is pretty bad. Okay. So basically what I need to do, I need to replicate, so I need to create a function, right? Which is our own wrap blah blah blah, and I can put it outside protected. So I will put it here. It's freaking indentation, boys. And we called it unwrapped race change scale. Why this? Okay, and then unwrap change scale, we can implement it here. Very simple. And we and so basically when we get here, we know that we have a scale that has been changed, and by the way, so we get that variable name, which is whatever, which is this, right? And so we set the scale. So this is going to be replicated on all the clients. Now this function, this variable, we're gonna set it during morph. So I think it's in admin manager, right? It's in admin manager when we are morphing the stuff, which is here. We set wait. I need a set because it's protected, blah blah blah. Yeah, let's use also always morphed so that we don't mess up with the... We don't mess up with other names that can be similar, right? Okay. So we do this set. So here we will do set of that thingy. Right, which is the basis scale. And then here we do the scale with this scale. Without the vector, because the vector, we do it later. Okay, so we do it for the reset and we do it for the new, which is nice. What is the goal? What is the goal for scale character? Magic attacks make you bigger. There are different usages of this. One usage is that we have different monsters that are basically of the same race, but they have different scale. So one of them is a bit bigger, one of them is a bit smaller. Usually we also have a change of texture in that case. Like I was making the example before of the, I don't know, the frost spider compared to the sand spider, right? And the frost spider is basically the same model, just with a different texture and slightly bigger. And so we need to set the scale on him properly. The second use case is when a game master is running an event live in the game, and is inventing the story and is role-playing the different characters. And when he's role-playing the characters, he needs to morph himself into a race and change his scale, right? Because, I don't know, he wants to role-play a smaller, I mean a child of a creature, or he wants to role-play a very big creature. So these are the two main cases. These are the two main cases. There could be another case, which is the character creation, like if we allow the people to slightly change their appearance, but in that case it should not be, you know, a pure scale. I mean, it should be a scale of a certain bones. So I think when we will redo the character creation to be more advanced, we will allow the scaling of the bones to make you more fat, more thin, more tall, you know. But there is a global scale. It's really to just make the monster bigger. Actually, in theory, we could allow, you know, to scale on the three vectors, on the three components, X, Y, and Z. At the moment, the scale is just one number applied to everything, but right. So these are the two main goals. So set race scale more. Okay, so this one is setting that. Nice. So that is going to trigger our our thingy. Now the only thing I still need to do, because this is basically going to do the thing. The only thing I need to be sure I do is to call this function also on the server, because we want the server to scale as well, right? Well, actually, we have seen that the server was scaling properly. Ah yes, but we are not calling the scale here. Yeah, no, we need to do we need to scale also on the server. So we do that, and now in the character creation, right? In the character creation, we need to do this. In the character loading, we need to do the same, because even if it works, I'm not. I don't trust that. Because it's working by pure chance, because we are changing the scale before this guy is getting replicated, but it's by pure chance that this happens. If he was a bit slower in doing this job, it would not replicate properly, right? So which is here, right? So we need to change our scale morph to be get scale, right? And then we need to call the unwrap on the server. Right, so now we need to redo all the tests, unfortunately, because we completely changed the way it works. I mean, all the tests. We have two tests. So let me recompile. We have two tests. We have one, which is the character that is changing the scale when it's loading up based on variables or based on database setting. And the second one is the change of scale when I do the morph, right? And then in theory, the third one is when I reset my scale to be the previous one, but that one will probably be for another day. Probably for another day. You know, are these small differences, you know, in how the code works that are making you lose a lot of time? Because in theory we had already this thing working, right? But the fact that it's not replicating the scale now, it forced us to change our design completely. Okay, succeeded. Okay, let's redo all the tests, okay? Let's redo all the tests. Let me just check one thing, because they are asking me something and I need to answer so we can move on. Plane shift to the homeworlds, Dermorian. Dermorian scene 1. Dermorian scene 1. Okay. I mean, as long as it's not identical to this one. Okay, as long as the trees are not identical to the ones of the first scene, or will look weird. Okay, yeah, I'm giving some information to the artist that is working on that to finish the screens. Okay, so let's try again with no, let me do this. Let's try again with no change, so meaning that we don't have any specific value in the database, so just to see if this is not causing any problems. I think this is the first test we need to do, so the new code is not messing up, you know, with anything. And so we will have a scale of 1, right? We will have a scale of 1 for our character. And in theory, everything should work as expected. So at the moment we have no scale changes to anything. So we should be the right scale, hopefully. It looks like. And everything is working fine. Now I want to morph myself into one of the clackers. I mean, it's the same which one, with a scale of 3, which in theory will bring, holy fuck, why change the camera so much? But no, I think it's okay. With the scale of 3 is the scale of the normal clacker, okay? So this clacker should be the same size of the clacker that we already know. Ha! 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 You know why I cannot go in? You know why I cannot go in? Because my capsule is wrong. But it's fine. I mean, it is as expected, you know? Because we said in the code, scale, speed, jump, mantle, actually also capsule. I mean, we are already aware of this, okay? We are already aware of the fact that my capsule is getting scaled up 3 times, but it's not the capsule of the clacker, is the capsule of the Dermorian, right? This is because we didn't change the capsule. But okay. So actually, if I look at my collision, I will probably have a capsule which is as big as this, right? But it's okay. It is known. It is known. And yeah, you see? I don't know if you can see it, but the capsule is as tall as this, right? Should be visible on the stream. Yes, it's visible. This is because basically we took the Dermorian, and the Dermorian would be big as this if it's 3 times, right? Because we took the capsule of the other guy, because we didn't switch the capsule. But that's fine. From the pure, you know, from the pure point of view of now we are also a bit unlucky because particularly this monster is scaled 3 times into the blueprint, right? If I take any other monster, right, like for example the Goward, like we said, it will be much more reasonable, you see? Because yes, he's 3 times, and the capsule is 3 times, but the capsule is pretty much matching, you know, the size of this creature, because it's 3 times a normal creature. So I think we are a bit unlucky with the Klake on, but this thing seems to work though, huh? It seems to work, because now I am 3 times bigger, and it seems that no one is complaining about collision or anything else, right? So it seems that everything is working as expected. Now the other test I need to do, well, I can scale more. Obviously, the more I scale, the more weird everything will become. But yeah, the capsule is scaling with me, but the camera sides, you know, start to be a bit too close. But I think it's fine. And as you remember, the speed at the moment is the speed of the normal character. So we don't go as fast, right? We don't go as fast. Now the question may be, if another client joins, right? If another client joins, will he see me exactly with the right mesh and exactly with the right scale? If you crouch, the capsule goes down. I don't think so. I think if you crouch, no, the capsule remains the same when you crouch, because crouching is an animation. Crouching is also is only an animation. So in theory, should be our duty, you know, to change the capsule to a smaller size when crouching, because the game doesn't really know. I mean, Unreal Engine doesn't really know. I mean, it can be swimming, it can be crouching, it can be, so he has no idea that is a crouching animation. So we log in with another client, right? And with the mythical Edunader. And we see if it, but the answer is yes, I think, because all of the, we did all of this with rep notify exactly to be sure that this would be replicated properly, right? So I think the answer is absolutely yes, but we're gonna test it. So we're gonna teleport Edunader me. Yes, and in fact he sees us as a giant Gowert, at least this is how we call it. You can call it Wasp if you want. And if I move, you can see me moving. He sees the camera just because we are in debug mode. But yes, everything seems to be working as expected. Right? Everything is working as expected. And the guy is very small because we scaled up like 5 times now. Okay, this is very good. This is very good. That is very good. It is very good. So now the last thing we need to test, about scale is that we didn't break, but I don't think so. But anyway, we didn't break the previous system, meaning that if I set my Dermorian, we did this test already, but it was with the other system. So if I set my Dermorian to scale 2 in the database, and plus I set my character variables to be scaled as 2 again, this will be a total scale of 4, and so we will see my character being scaled 4 times. The scale doesn't look consistent? What do you mean? What do you mean by the scale doesn't look consistent? The small character look farther away in the right side of your screen. No, that's impossible. I mean, it's just a perspective, it's just like a optical illusion, but it's just because that character is so big and the camera is so much zoomed out. Because I had to zoom out the camera a lot, right? And also because usually you see this character to be much smaller, but I mean, it's impossible that the scale is different from the two characters, right? I think so. I mean, we can try again, but it's impossible in theory. You can try again to log in with the other guy, but you will have to compare it to something on the ground, like if we drop a chest or a shield or something. But it should be exactly identical. It's just the visual effect, you know, that is messing up, I think. You have to compare it with a tree, like, because our point of view here is very low, right? And this guy, we can compare it with the size of the shoes, I don't know, but you see how small we are here. So if I go in the other client, you know, I cannot really look down too much because the camera center is in my eyes, but I can probably do this. Right, so there is one client, and there is the other client, and they are identical. Right. I mean, there is a bit of a trick of perspective which is making you see it different, but is identical. I mean, the shoulder, we can check like the shoulder. The shoulder arrives a bit above this thing, right? The shoulder arrives a bit above this thing. And if I go here and I check his shoulder, you see the shoulder is a bit above that thing as well. So to me it seems to be, I mean, it's very hard to find exactly the same perspective, but it seems identical. Right? I mean, and he is actually identical, so I would not be scared about that. Okay, so I think we are good. I think we did quite some stuff. I mean, we got delayed a lot, but we did good stuff. We did good stuff. We managed to fix the morphing, fix the scale. So just to summarize what we did today, because I think I'm gonna go off because I just want to play some video games. And if you want to see me playing video games for whatever reason you want to, I can stream it on Discord, okay? But so just to summarize what we did today. We managed to implement the race change mesh function in a way that is generic, you know, for every model that we have in the game. So without having hard-coded, you know, here some stuff, I mean, we can change the skeletal mesh, and we can change the animation blueprint, and it pretty much works for all the characters. Then if we are morphing into a monster, we also manage to clean up all the other skeletal meshes, and so our character, like the torso, the arms, are getting deleted, and it is good. Also, this is something that we never did, and we did it today, and it's working fine, which is this piece of code. Then we went into testing scale, and we did a few iterations because it was not working as expected, but then we also fixed the scale. Now, the only thing that is missing, which is a pretty big one, is if we are morphing into something that is not a monster. Because if we are morphing into something that is a human, right, we will have to recreate the body parts, all the body parts of that human, and also we will have to recreate the materials of that human, right? So that is still a big question how to do it, because humans are different between each other, as we know, so they have different set of skeletal meshes depending on the race. Plus, the other problem would be to fix, as we said, the speed, the scale, the mantle, and the capsule. I mean, it's not really required, but I think would be kind of nice to have. And plus, I think the other thing would be interesting is to change the skin. Because at the moment we are not changing the skin. So I think we need another variable which is called race skin morphed or something like that. But that will work only on monsters. I don't know. The skin, I have no idea at the moment. Morph into a chair or a door. Well, in theory, it's not even too complex because, you know, considering we are changing the mesh on the fly, we could change to any mesh in the game. You can morph yourself into a house and just stay there waiting, you know, and then when someone is passing by, you transform yourself into a monster and you kill him. So you can be a house if you're a full house, or a castle if you're a full castle. So that would be possible, but it's not really in scope. But yeah, mark it down would be accomplished. Yeah, it's not. I don't think I have a morph thingy, but because I didn't really consider this to be important to be done, and then I decided to do it. Yeah, so I don't have it in any roadmap because it was something that I was not planning to do. I said let's leave without morph, right? So let's leave without morph, and but then for events, you know, I realized that when game masters are running events, they need it. Okay, boys, I think I'm gonna go. So if any of you wants to see what I'm playing, you can just connect to Discord and tell me, yes, I want to watch you playing something, and I can stream it. Otherwise, I will not stream it, okay? See you, boys! Tomorrow, eh? Tomorrow we can see each other again. Why not? Why not? Why not? Tomorrow we can. Okay, have a good night. Let's see if we can... Do we want to raid someone? I don't know, we can. If someone is on... We can. If someone is on... Tech art raid. I don't remember. This guy was a guy that raided me.
we should change it.
Yeah, we raid this guy. We raid this guy. So if you want to raid with me, right? If you want to raid with me. So if you want to raid with me, yeah, this is what I said. I know. You should go to my channel on Twitch. Most of you are already there. But if you want to click on that link, you will come here and we will raid together. We will raid together, my friends. Meanwhile, it's always nice raiding, you know. Meanwhile, goodbye. Goodbye.
So let's go back here.